World Order Henry Kissinger. Reflections on the Character of Nations and the Course of History. Chapter 7, Acting for All Mankind, the United States and its Concept of Order. A. America on the World Stage. B. Theodore Roosevelt, America as a World Power. C. Woodrow Wilson, America as the World's Conscience. D. Franklin Roosevelt and the New World Order. Chapter 7. Acting for All Mankind, the United States and its Concept of Order. No country has played such a decisive role in shaping contemporary world order as the United States, nor professed such ambivalence about participation in it. Imbued with the conviction that its course would shape the destiny of mankind, America has, over its history, played a paradoxical role in world order. It expanded across a continent in the name of manifest destiny while abjuring any imperial designs, exerted a decisive influence on momentous events while disclaiming any motivation of national interest, and became a superpower while disavowing any intention to conduct power politics. America's foreign policy has reflected the conviction that its domestic principles were self-evidently universal, and their application at all times salutary, that the real challenge of American engagement abroad was not foreign policy in the traditional sense but a project of spreading values, that it believed all other peoples aspired to replicate. Inherent in this doctrine was a vision of extraordinary originality and allure. While the Old World considered the new an arena for conquest to amass wealth and power, in America a new nation arose affirming freedom of belief, expression, and action as the essence of its national experience and character. In Europe, a system of order had been founded on the careful sequestration of moral absolutes from political endeavors, if only because attempts to impose one faith or system of morality on the continent's diverse peoples had ended so disastrously. In America, the proselytizing spirit was infused with an ingrained distrust of established institutions and hierarchies. Thus the British philosopher and Member of Parliament Edmund Burke would recall to his colleagues that the colonists had exported liberty according to English ideas, along with diverse dissenting religious sects constrained in Europe, the Protestantism of the Protestant religion, and, agreeing in nothing but in the communion of the spirit of liberty. These forces, intermingling across an ocean, had produced a distinct national outlook. In this character of the Americans, a love of freedom is the predominating feature which marks and distinguishes the whole. Alexis de Tocqueville, the French aristocrat who came to the United States in 1831 and wrote what remains one of the most perceptive books about the spirit and attitudes of its people, traced the American character similarly to what he called its point of departure. In New England, we see the birth and growth of that local independence which is still the mainspring and lifeblood of American freedom. Puritanism, he wrote, was not just a religious doctrine. In many respects it shared the most absolute democratic and republican theories. This, he concluded, was the product of two perfectly distinct elements which elsewhere have often been at war with one another, but which in America it was somehow possible to incorporate with each other, forming a marvelous combination. I mean the spirit of religion and the spirit of freedom. The openness of American culture and its democratic principles made the United States a model and a refuge for millions. At the same time, the conviction that American principles are universal has introduced a challenging element into the international system, because it implies that governments not practicing them are less than fully legitimate. This tenet, so ingrained in American thinking that it is only occasionally put forward as official policy, suggests that a significant portion of the world lives under a kind of unsatisfactory, probationary arrangement, and will one day be redeemed. In the meantime, Their relations with the world's strongest power must have some latent adversarial element to them. These tensions have been inherent since the beginning of the American experience. For Thomas Jefferson, America was not only a great power in the making but an empire for liberty, an ever-expanding force acting on behalf of all humanity to vindicate principles of good governance. As Jefferson wrote during his presidency, "We feel that we are acting under obligations not confined to the limits of our own society. It is impossible not to be sensible that we are acting for all mankind, that circumstances denied to others, but indulged to us, have imposed on us the duty of proving what is the degree of freedom and self-government in which a society may venture to leave its individual members." So defined, the spread of the United States and the success of its endeavors was coterminous with the interests of humanity. Having doubled the size of the new country through his shrewd engineering of the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, in retirement Jefferson candidly confessed, ed. to President Monroe, "I have ever looked on Cuba as the most interesting addition which could ever be made to our system of states." And to James Madison, Jefferson wrote, "We should then have only to include the North, Canada, in our confederacy, and we should have such an empire for liberty as she has never surveyed since the creation, and I am persuaded no constitution was ever before so well calculated as ours for extensive empire and self-government." The empire envisaged by Jefferson and his colleagues differed, in their minds, from the European empires, which they considered based on the subjugation and oppression of foreign peoples. The empire imagined by Jefferson was in essence North American and conceived as the extension of liberty. And, in fact, whatever may be said about the contradictions in this project or of the personal lives of its founders, as the United States expanded and thrived, so too did democracy, and the aspiration toward it spread and took root across the hemisphere and the world. Despite such soaring ambitions, America's favorable geography and vast resources facilitated a perception that foreign policy was an optional activity. Secure behind two great oceans, the United States was in a position to treat foreign policy as a series of episodic challenges rather than as a permanent enterprise. Diplomacy and force, in this conception, were distinct stages of activity, each following its own autonomous rules. A doctrine of universal sweep was paired with an ambivalent attitude toward countries, necessarily less fortunate than the United States, that felt the compulsion to conduct foreign policy as a permanent exercise based on the elaboration of the national interest, and the balance of power. Even after the United States assumed great power status in the course of the 19th century, these habits endured. 3 times in as many generations, in the 2 World Wars and the Cold War, the United States took decisive action to shore up international order against hostile and potentially terminal threats. In each case, America preserved the Westphalian state system and the balance of power, while blaming the very institutions of that system for the outbreak of hostilities and proclaiming a desire to construct an entirely new world. For much of this period, the implicit goal of American strategy beyond the Western Hemisphere was to transform the world in a manner that would make an American strategic role unnecessary. From the beginning, America's intrusion into European consciousness had forced a re-examination of received wisdom. Its settlement would open new vistas for individuals promising to fundamentally reinvent world order. For the early settlers of the New World, the Americas were a frontier of a Western civilization whose unity was fracturing, a new stage on which to dramatize the possibility of a moral order. These settlers left Europe not because they no longer believed in its centrality but because they thought it had fallen short of its calling, as religious disputes and bloody wars drove Europe in the Peace of Westphalia to the painful conclusion that its ideal of a continent unified by a single divine governance would never be achieved. America provided a place to do so on distant shores. Where Europe reconciled itself to achieving security through equilibrium, Americans, as they began to think of themselves, entertained dreams of unity and governance enabling a redeemed purpose. The early Puritans spoke of demonstrating their virtue on the new continent, as the way to transform the lands of which they had taken leave. As John Winthrop, a Puritan lawyer who left East Anglia to escape religious suppression, preached aboard the Arbella in 1630, bound for New England, God intended America as an example for all people. We shall find that the God of Israel is among us, when 10 of us shall be able to resist 1,000 of our enemies, when he shall make us a praise and glory that men shall say of succeeding plantations, may the Lord make it like that of New England. For we must consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all people are upon us. None doubted that humanity and its purpose would in some way be revealed and fulfilled in America. America on the world stage. Setting out to affirm its independence, the United States defined itself as a new kind of power. The Declaration of Independence put forth its principles and assumed as its audience the opinions of mankind. In the opening essay of the Federalist Papers, published in 1787, Alexander Hamilton described the new republic as an empire in many respects the most interesting in the world, whose success or failure would prove the viability of self-governance anywhere. He treated this proposition not as a novel interpretation but as a matter of common knowledge that has been frequently remarked, an assertion all the more notable considering that the United States at the time comprised only the eastern seaboard from Maine to Georgia. Even while propounding these doctrines, the founders were sophisticated men who understood the European balance of power and manipulated it to the new country's advantage. An alliance with France was enlisted in the war for independence from Britain, then loosened in the aftermath, as France undertook revolution and embarked on a European crusade in which the United States had no direct interest. When President Washington, in his 1796 farewell address, delivered in the midst of the French Revolutionary Wars, counseled that the United States steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world, and instead, safely trust to temporary alliances for extraordinary emergencies, he was issuing not so much a moral pronouncement as a canny judgment about how to exploit America's comparative advantage. The United States, a fledgling power safe behind oceans, did not have the need or the resources to embroil itself in continental controversies over the balance of power. It joined alliances not to protect a concept of international order but simply to serve its national interests strictly defined. As long as the European balance held, America was better served by a strategy of preserving its freedom of maneuver and consolidating at home, a course of conduct substantially followed by former colonial countries, for example, India, after their independence a century and a half later. This strategy prevailed for a century, following the last short war with Britain in 1812, allowing the United States to accomplish what no other country was in a position to conceive. It became a great power and a nation of continental scope through the sheer accumulation of domestic power, with a foreign policy focused almost entirely on the negative goal of keeping foreign developments as far at bay as possible. The United States soon set out to expand this maxim to all of the Americas. A tacit accommodation with Britain, the premier naval power, allowed the United States to declare in the Monroe Doctrine of 1823 its entire hemisphere off-limits for foreign colonization, decades before it had anything close to the power to enforce so sweeping a pronouncement. In the United States, the Monroe Doctrine was interpreted as the extension of the War of Independence, sheltering the Western Hemisphere from the operation of the European balance of power. No Latin American countries were consulted, not least because few existed at the time. As the frontiers of the nation crept across the continent, the expansion of America was seen as the operation of a kind of law of nature. When the United States practiced what elsewhere was defined as imperialism, Americans gave it another name: the fulfillment of our manifest destiny, to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions. The acquisition of vast tracts of territory was treated as a commercial transaction in the purchase of the Louisiana Territory from France, and as the inevitable consequence of this manifest destiny in the case of Mexico. It was not until the close of the 19th century, in the Spanish-American War of 1898, that the United States engaged in full-scale hostilities overseas with another major power. Throughout the 19th century, the United States had the good fortune of being able to address its challenges sequentially, and frequently to the point of definitive resolution. The drive to the Pacific and the establishment of favorable northern and southern borders, the vindication of the Union in the Civil War, the projection of power against the Spanish Empire, and the inheritance of many of its possessions, each took place as a discrete phase of activity, after which Americans returned to the task of building prosperity and refining democracy. The American experience supported the assumption that peace was the natural condition of humanity, prevented only by other countries' unreasonableness or ill will. The European style of statecraft, with its shifting alliances and elastic maneuvers on the spectrum between peace and hostility, seemed to the American mind a perverse departure from common sense. In this view, the Old World's entire system of foreign policy and international order was an outgrowth of despotic caprice, or a malignant cultural penchant for aristocratic ceremony and secretive maneuver. America would forego these practices, disclaiming colonial interests, remaining warily at arm's length from the European-designed international system, and relating to other countries on the basis of mutual interests and fair dealing. John Quincy Adams summed up these sentiments in 1821, in a tone verging on exasperation at other countries' determination to pursue more complicated and devious courses. America, in the Assembly of Nations, since her admission among them, has invariably, though often fruitlessly, held forth to them the hand of honest friendship, of equal freedom, of generous reciprocity. She has uniformly spoken among them, though often to heedless and often to disdainful ears, the language of equal liberty, of equal justice, and of equal rights. She has, in the lapse of nearly half a century, without a single exception, respected the independence of other nations while asserting and maintaining her own. She has abstained from interference in the concerns of others, even when conflict has been for principles to which she clings, as to the last vital drop that visits the heart. Because America sought not dominion, but liberty, it should avoid, Adams argued, involvement in all the contests of the European world. America would maintain its uniquely reasonable and disinterested stance, seeking freedom and human dignity by offering moral sympathy from afar. The assertion of the universality of American principles was coupled with the refusal to vindicate them outside the Western, that is, American, hemisphere. America goes not abroad, in search of monsters to destroy. She is the well-wisher to the freedom and independence of all. She is the champion and vindicator only of her own. In the Western Hemisphere, no such restraint prevailed. As early as 1792, the Massachusetts minister and geographer Jedediah Morse argued that the United States, whose existence had been internationally recognized for less than a decade and whose constitution was only 4 years old, marked the apogee of history. The new country, he predicted, would expand westward, spread principles of liberty throughout the Americas, and become the crowning achievement of human civilization. Besides, it is well known that empire has been traveling from east to west. Probably her last and broadest feat will be America. We cannot but anticipate the period, as not far distant, when the American empire will comprehend millions of souls, west of the Mississippi. All the while America ardently maintained that the endeavor was not territorial expansion in the traditional sense, but the divinely ordained spread of principles of liberty. In 1839, as the official United States exploring expedition reconnoitered the far reaches of the hemisphere and the South Pacific, the United States Magazine and Democratic Review published an article heralding the United States as the great nation of futurity, disconnected from and superior to everything in history that had preceded it. The American people having derived their origin from many other nations, and the Declaration of National Independence being entirely based on the great principle of human equality. These facts demonstrate at once our disconnected position as regards any other nation, that we have, in reality, but little connection with the past history of any of them, and still less with all antiquity, its glories, or its crimes. On the contrary, our national birth was the beginning of a new history. The success of the United States, the author confidently predicted, would serve as a standing rebuke to all other forms of government, ushering in a future democratic age. A great, free union, divinely sanctioned and towering above all other states, would spread its principles throughout the Western Hemisphere, a power destined to become greater in scope and in moral purpose than any previous human endeavor. We are the nation of human progress, and who will, what can, set limits to our onward march? Providence is with us, and no earthly power can. The United States was thus not simply a country but an engine of God's plan and the epitome of world order. In 1845, when American westward expansion embroiled the country in a dispute with Britain over the Oregon Territory, and with Mexico over the Republic of Texas, which had seceded from Mexico and declared its intent to join the United States, the magazine concluded that the annexation of Texas was a defensive measure against the foes of liberty. The author reasoned that California will probably next fall away from Mexico, and an American sweep north into Canada would likely follow. The continental force of America, he reasoned, would eventually render Europe's balance of power inconsequential by its sheer countervailing weight. Indeed, the author of the Democratic Review article foresaw a day, 100 years hence, that is, 1945, when the United States would outweigh even a unified, hostile Europe. Though they should cast into the opposite scale all the bayonets and cannon, not only of France and England, but of Europe entire, how would it kick the beam against the simple, solid weight of the 250 or 300 millions, and American millions, destined to gather beneath the flutter of the stripes and stars, in the fast-hastening year of the Lord 1945. This is, in fact, what transpired, except that the Canadian border was peacefully demarcated, and England was not part of a hostile Europe in 1945, but rather an ally. Bombastic and prophetic, the vision of America transcending and counterbalancing the harsh doctrines of the Old World would inspire a nation, often while being largely ignored elsewhere or prompting consternation, and reshape the course of history. As the United States experienced total war, unseen in Europe for half a century, in the Civil War, with stakes so desperate that both North and South breached the principle of hemispheric isolation to involve especially France and Britain. In their war efforts, Americans interpreted their conflict as a singular event of transcendent moral significance. reflecting the view of that conflict as a terminal endeavor, the vindication of the last best hope of Earth. The United States built up by far the world's largest and most formidable army and used it to wage total war. Then, within a year and a half of the end of the war, all but disbanded it, reducing a force of more than 1 million men to roughly 65,000. In 1890, the American Army ranked 14th in the world, after Bulgaria's, and the American Navy was smaller than Italy's, a country with 1/13 of America's industrial strength. As late as the presidential inaugural of 1885, President Grover Cleveland described American foreign policy in terms of detached neutrality, and as entirely different from the self-interested policies pursued by older, less enlightened states. He rejected any departure from that foreign policy commended by the history, the traditions, and the prosperity of our republic. It is the policy of independence, favored by our position and defended by our known love of justice and by our power. It is the policy of peace suitable to our interests. It is the policy of neutrality, rejecting any share in foreign broils and ambitions upon other continents and repelling their intrusion here. A decade later, America's world role having expanded, the tone had become more insistent and considerations of power loomed larger. In a border dispute in 1895 between Venezuela and British Guiana, Secretary of State Richard Olney warned Great Britain, then still considered the premier world power, of the inequality of military strength in the Western Hemisphere. Today the United States is practically sovereign on this continent, and its fiat is law. America's infinite resources combined with its isolated position render it master of the situation and practically invulnerable, as against any or all other powers. America was now a major power, no longer a fledgling republic on the fringes of world affairs. American policy no longer limited itself to neutrality. It felt obliged to translate its long-proclaimed universal moral relevance into a broader geopolitical role. When, later that year, the Spanish Empire's colonial subjects in Cuba rose in revolt, a reluctance to see an anti-imperial rebellion crushed on America's doorstep mingled with the conviction that the time had come for the United States to demonstrate its ability and will to act as a great power, at a time when the importance of European nations was in part judged by the extent of their overseas empires. When the battleship USS Maine exploded in Havana Harbor in 1898 under unexplained circumstances, widespread popular demand for military intervention led President McKinley to declare war on Spain, the first military engagement by the United States with another major power overseas. Few Americans imagined how different the world order would be after this splendid little war, as John Hay, then the American ambassador in London, described it in a letter to Theodore Roosevelt, at that time a rising political reformer in New York City. After just 3.5 months of military conflict, the United States had ejected the Spanish Empire from the Caribbean, occupied Cuba, and annexed Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Guam, and the Philippines. President McKinley stuck to established verities in justifying the enterprise. With no trace of self-consciousness, he presented the war that had established America as a great power in two oceans as a uniquely unselfish mission. The American flag has not been planted in foreign soil to acquire more territory, he explained in a remark emblazoned on his re-election poster of 1900, but for humanity's sake. The Spanish-American War marked America's entry into great power politics and into the contests it had so long disdained. The American presence was intercontinental in extent, stretching from the Caribbean to the maritime waters of Southeast Asia. By virtue of its size, its location, and its resources, The United States would be among the most consequential global players. Its actions would now be scrutinized, tested, and, on occasion, resisted by the more traditional powers already sparring over the territories and sea lanes into which American interests now protruded. Theodore Roosevelt, America as a World Power. The first president to grapple systematically with the implications of America's world role was Theodore Roosevelt, who succeeded in 1901 upon McKinley's assassination, after a remarkably rapid political ascent culminating in the vice presidency. Hard-driving, ferociously ambitious, highly educated, and widely read, a brilliant cosmopolitan cultivating the air of a ranch hand and subtle far beyond the estimation of his contemporaries, Roosevelt saw the United States as potentially the greatest power, called by its fortuitous political, geographic, and cultural inheritance to an essential world role. He pursued a foreign policy concept that, unprecedentedly for America, based itself largely on geopolitical considerations. According to it, America as the 20th century progressed would play a global version of the role Britain had performed in Europe in the 19th century, maintaining peace by guaranteeing equilibrium, hovering offshore of Eurasia, and tilting the balance against any power threatening to dominate a strategic region. As he declared in his 1905 inaugural address, "To us as a people it has been granted to lay the foundations of our national life in a new continent. Much has been given us, and much will rightfully be expected from us. We have duties to others and duties to ourselves, and we can shirk neither. We have become a great nation, forced by the fact of its greatness into relations with the other nations of the earth, and we must behave as beseems a people with such responsibilities. Educated partly in Europe and knowledgeable about its history, he wrote a definitive account of the naval component of the War of 1812 while still in his 20s. Roosevelt was on cordial terms with prominent Old World elites and was well versed in traditional principles of strategy, including the balance of power. Roosevelt shared his compatriots' assessment of America's special character. Yet he was convinced that to fulfill its calling, the United States would need to enter a world in which power, and not only principle, shared in governing the course of events. In Roosevelt's view, the international system was in constant flux. Ambition, self-interest, and war were not simply the products of foolish misconceptions of which Americans could disabuse traditional rulers. They were a natural human condition that required purposeful American engagement in international affairs. International society was like a frontier settlement without an effective police force. In new and wild communities where there is violence, an honest man must protect himself, and until other means of securing his safety are devised, it is both foolish and wicked to persuade him to surrender his arms while the men who are dangerous to the community retain theirs. This essentially Hobbesian analysis delivered in, of all occasions, a Nobel Peace Prize lecture, marked America's departure from the proposition that neutrality and pacific intent were adequate to serve the peace. For Roosevelt, if a nation was unable or unwilling to act to defend its own interests, it could not expect others to respect them. Inevitably, Roosevelt was impatient with many of the pieties that dominated American thinking on foreign policy. The newly emerging extension of international law could not be efficacious unless backed by force, he concluded, and disarmament, emerging as an international topic, was an illusion. As yet there is no likelihood of establishing any kind of international power, which can effectively check wrongdoing, and in these circumstances it would be both foolish and an evil thing for a great and free nation to deprive itself of the power to protect its own rights and even in exceptional cases to stand up for the rights of others. Nothing would more promote iniquity, than for the free and enlightened peoples, deliberately to render themselves powerless while leaving every despotism and barbarism armed. Liberal societies, Roosevelt believed, tended to underestimate the elements of antagonism and strife in international affairs. Implying a Darwinian concept of the survival of the fittest, Roosevelt wrote to the British diplomat Cecil Spring Rice, "It is a melancholy fact that the countries which are most humanitarian, which are most interested in internal improvement, tend to grow weaker compared with the other countries which possess a less altruistic civilization. I abhor and despise that pseudo-humanitarianism which treats advance of civilization as necessarily and rightfully implying a weakening of the fighting spirit and which therefore invites destruction of the advanced civilization by some less advanced type. If America disclaimed strategic interests, this only meant that more aggressive powers would overrun the world, eventually undermining the foundations of American prosperity. Therefore, we need a large navy, composed not merely of cruisers, but containing also a full proportion of powerful battleships, able to meet those of any other nation, as well as a demonstrated willingness to use it." In Roosevelt's view, foreign policy was the art of adapting American policy to balance global power discreetly and resolutely, tilting events in the direction of the national interest. He saw the United States, economically vibrant, the only country without threatening regional competitors, and distinctively both an Atlantic and a Pacific power, as in a unique position to grasp the points of vantage which will enable us to have our say in deciding the destiny of the oceans of the East and the West, shielding the Western Hemisphere from outside powers, and intervening to preserve an equilibrium of forces in every other strategic region. America would emerge as the decisive guardian of the global balance and, through this, international peace. This was an astonishingly ambitious vision for a country that had heretofore viewed its isolation as its defining characteristic, and that had conceived of its navy as primarily an instrument of coastal defense. But through a remarkable foreign policy performance, Roosevelt succeeded, at least temporarily, in redefining America's international role. In the Americas, he went beyond the Monroe Doctrine's well-established opposition to foreign intervention. He pledged the United States not only to repel foreign colonial designs in the Western Hemisphere, personally threatening war to deter an impending German encroachment on Venezuela, but also, in effect, to preempt them. Thus he proclaimed the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, to the effect that the United States had the right to intervene preemptively in the domestic affairs of other Western Hemisphere nations, to remedy flagrant cases of wrongdoing or impotence. Roosevelt described the principle as follows: "All that this country desires is to see the neighboring countries stable, orderly, and prosperous. Any country whose people conduct themselves well can count upon our hearty friendship. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States. Chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may in America, as elsewhere, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power." As in the original Monroe Doctrine, no Latin American countries were consulted. The corollary also amounted to a U.S. security umbrella for the Western Hemisphere. Henceforth no outside power would be able to use force to redress its grievances in the Americas. It would be obliged to work through the United States, which assigned itself the task of maintaining order. Backing up this ambitious concept was the new Panama Canal, which enabled the United States to shift its navy between the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans, without the long circumnavigations of Cape Horn at the southern tip of South America. Begun in 1904 with American funds and engineering expertise on territory seized from Colombia by means of a local rebellion supported by the United States, and controlled by a long-term American lease of the canal zone, the Panama Canal, officially opened in 1914, would stimulate trade while affording the United States a decisive advantage in any military conflict in the region. It would also bar any foreign navy from using a similar route except with U.S. permission. Hemispheric security was to be the linchpin of an American world role based on the muscular assertion of America's national interest. So long as Britain's naval power remained dominant, it would see to the equilibrium in Europe. During the Russo-Japanese conflict of 1904–5, Roosevelt demonstrated how he would apply his concept of diplomacy to the Asian equilibrium. And, if necessary, globally. For Roosevelt, the issue was the balance of power in the Pacific, not flaws in Russia's czarist autocracy, though he had no illusions about these. Because the unchecked eastward advance into Manchuria and Korea of Russia, a country that, in Roosevelt's words, pursued a policy of consistent opposition to us in the East, and of literally fathomless mendacity, was inimical to American interests. Roosevelt at first welcomed the Japanese military victories. He described the total destruction of the Russian fleet, which had sailed around the world to its demise in the Battle of Tsushima, as Japan playing our game. But when the scale of Japan's victories threatened to overwhelm the Russian position in Asia entirely, Roosevelt had second thoughts. Though he admired Japan's modernization, and perhaps because of it, he began to treat an expansionist Japanese empire as a potential threat to the American position in Southeast Asia, and concluded that it might someday make demands on the Hawaiian Islands. Roosevelt, though in essence a partisan of Russia, undertook a mediation of a conflict in distant Asia, underlining America's role as an Asian power. The Treaty of Portsmouth in 1905 was a quintessential expression of Roosevelt's balance of power diplomacy. It limited Japanese expansion, prevented a Russian collapse, and achieved an outcome in which Russia, as he described it, should be left face to face with Japan so that each may have a moderative action on the other. For his mediation, Roosevelt was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, the first American to be so honored. Roosevelt treated the achievement not as ushering in a static condition of peace, but as the beginning of an American role in managing the Asia-Pacific equilibrium. When Roosevelt began to receive threatening intelligence about Japan's war party, he set out to bring America's resolve to its attention, but with exquisite subtlety. He dispatched 16 battleships painted white to signify a peaceful mission, called the Great White Fleet, on a practice cruise around the world, paying friendly visits to foreign ports and serving as a reminder that the United States could now deploy overwhelming naval power to any region. As he wrote to his son, the show of force was intended to warn the aggressive faction in Japan, thus achieving peace through strength. I do not believe there will be war with Japan, but I do believe that there is enough chance of war to make it eminently wise to ensure against it by building such a navy as to forbid Japan's hoping for success. Japan, while afforded a massive display of American naval power, was at the same time to be treated with utmost courtesy. Roosevelt cautioned the admiral leading the fleet that he was to go to the limit, to avoid offending the sensibilities of the country he was deterring. I wish to impress upon you, what I do not suppose is necessary, to see to it that none of our men does anything out of the way while in Japan. If you give the enlisted men leave while at Tokyo, or anywhere else in Japan, be careful to choose only those upon whom you can absolutely depend. There must be no suspicion of insolence or rudeness on our part. Aside from the loss of a ship, I had far rather that we were insulted than that we insult anybody under these peculiar conditions. America would, in the words of Roosevelt's favorite proverb, speak softly and carry a big stick. In the Atlantic, Roosevelt's apprehensions were primarily directed at Germany's increasing power and ambitions, especially its large naval building program. If British command of the seas was upset, so would be Britain's ability to maintain the European equilibrium. He saw Germany as gradually overwhelming its neighbor's countervailing force. At the outbreak of World War I, Roosevelt from his retirement called on America to increase its military spending and enter the conflict, early on the side of the Triple Entente, Britain, France, and Russia, lest the threat spread to the Western Hemisphere. As he wrote in 1914 to an American-German sympathizer, "Do you not believe that if Germany won in this war, smashed the English fleet and destroyed the British Empire, within a year or two she would insist upon taking a dominant position in South America? I believe so. Indeed, I know so. For the Germans with whom I have talked, when once we could talk intimately, accepted this view with a frankness that bordered on the cynical. It was through the contending ambitions of major powers, Roosevelt believed, that the ultimate nature of world order would be decided. Humane values would be best preserved by the geopolitical success of liberal countries in pursuing their interests, and maintaining the credibility of their threats. Where they prevailed in the strife of international competition, civilization would spread and be strengthened, with salutary effects." Roosevelt adopted a generally skeptical view of abstract invocations of international goodwill. He averred that it did no good, and often active harm, for America to make grand pronouncements of principle if it was not in a position to enforce them against determined opposition. Our words must be judged by our deeds. When the industrialist Andrew Carnegie urged Roosevelt to commit the United States more fully to disarmament and international human rights, Roosevelt replied, invoking some principles of which Cordelia would have approved. "We must always remember that it would be a fatal thing for the great free peoples to reduce themselves to impotence and leave the despotisms and barbarisms armed. It would be safe to do so if there was some system of international police, but there is now no such system. The one thing I won't do is to bluff when I cannot make good, to bluster and threaten and then fail to take the action if my words need to be backed up." Had Roosevelt been succeeded by a disciple, or perhaps had he won the election of 1912, he might have introduced America into the Westphalian system of world order or an adaptation of it. In this course of events, America almost certainly would have sought an earlier conclusion to World War I compatible with the European balance of power, along the lines of the Russo-Japanese Treaty. That left Germany defeated but indebted to American restraint and surrounded by sufficient force to deter future adventurism. Such an outcome, before the bloodletting had assumed nihilistic dimensions, would have changed the course of history and forestalled the devastation of Europe's culture and political self-confidence. In the event, Roosevelt died a respected statesman and conservationist but founded no foreign policy school of thought. He had no major disciple, among either the public or his successors as president. And Roosevelt did not win the 1912 election, because he split the conservative vote with William Howard Taft, the incumbent president. It was probably inevitable that Roosevelt's attempt to preserve his legacy by running for a third term would destroy any chance for it. Tradition matters because it is not given to societies to proceed through history as if they had no past and as if every course of action were available to them. They may deviate from the previous trajectory only within a finite margin. The great statesmen act at the outer limit of that margin. If they fall short, the society stagnates. If they exceed it, they lose the capacity to shape posterity. Theodore Roosevelt was operating at the absolute margin of his society's capabilities. Without him, American foreign policy returned to the vision of the shining city on a hill, not participation in, much less domination of, a geopolitical equilibrium. Nevertheless, America paradoxically fulfilled the leading role Roosevelt had envisioned for it, and within his lifetime. But it did so on behalf of principles Roosevelt derided and under the guidance of a president whom Roosevelt despised. Woodrow Wilson, America as the World's Conscience. Emerging victorious in the 1912 election with just 42% of the popular vote and only 2 years after his transition from academia to national politics, Woodrow Wilson turned the vision America had asserted largely for itself into an operational program, applicable to the entire world. The world was sometimes inspired, occasionally puzzled, yet always obliged to pay attention, both by the power of America and by the scope of his vision. When America entered World War I, a conflict which started a process that would destroy the European state system, it did so not on the basis of Roosevelt's geopolitical vision but under a banner of moral universality not seen in Europe since the religious wars 3 centuries before. This new universality proclaimed by the American president sought to universalize a system of governance that existed only in the North Atlantic countries and, in the form heralded by Wilson, only in the United States. Imbued by America's historic sense of moral mission, Wilson proclaimed that America had intervened not to restore the European balance of power but to make the world safe for democracy, in other words, to base world order on the compatibility of domestic institutions reflecting the American example. Though this concept ran counter to their tradition, Europe's leaders accepted it as the price of America's entry into the war. Setting out his vision of the peace, Wilson denounced the balance of power for the preservation of which his new allies had originally entered the war. He rejected established diplomatic methods, decried as secret diplomacy, as having been a major contributing cause of the conflict. In their place he put forward, in a series of visionary speeches, a new concept of international peace based on a mixture of traditional American assumptions, and a new insistence on pushing them toward a definitive and global implementation. This has been, with minor variations, the American program for world order ever since. Like many American leaders before him, Wilson asserted that a divine dispensation had made the United States a different kind of nation. It was as if, Wilson told the graduating class at West Point in 1916, in the providence of God a continent had been kept unused and waiting for a peaceful people who loved liberty, and the rights of men more than they loved anything else, to come and set up an unselfish commonwealth. Nearly all of Wilson's predecessors in the presidency would have subscribed to such a belief. Where Wilson differed was in his assertion that an international order based on it could be achieved within a single lifetime, even a single administration. John Quincy Adams had lauded the special American commitment to self-government and international fair play but warned his countrymen against seeking to impose these virtues outside the Western Hemisphere among other powers not similarly inclined. Wilson was playing for higher stakes and set a more urgent objective. The Great War, he told Congress, would be the culminating and final war for human liberty. When Wilson took the oath of office, he had sought for America to remain neutral in international affairs, offering its services as disinterested mediator and promoting a system of international arbitration meant to forestall war. On assuming the presidency in 1913, Woodrow Wilson had launched a new diplomacy, authorizing his Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan, to negotiate an array of international arbitration treaties. Bryan's efforts produced 30-some such treaties in 1913 and 1914. In general, they provided that every otherwise insoluble dispute should be submitted to a disinterested commission for investigation. There would be no resort to arms until a recommendation had been submitted to the parties. A cooling-off period was to be established in which diplomatic solutions could prevail over nationalist passions. There is no record that any such treaty was ever applied to a concrete issue. By July 1914, Europe and much of the rest of the world were at war. When, in 1917, Wilson declared that the grave outrages of one party, Germany, had obliged the United States to join the war in association with the belligerents of the other side, Wilson declined to contemplate an alliance. He maintained that America's purposes were not self-interested but universal. We have no selfish ends to serve. We desire no conquest, no dominion. We seek no indemnities for ourselves, no material compensation for the sacrifices we shall freely make. We are but one of the champions of the rights of mankind. The premise of Wilson's grand strategy was that all peoples around the world were motivated by the same values as America. These are American principles, American policies. We could stand for no others. And they are also the principles and policies of forward-looking men and women everywhere, of every modern nation, of every enlightened community. It was the scheming of autocracies, not any inherent contradiction between differing national interests or aspirations, that caused conflict. If all facts were made openly available and publics were offered a choice, ordinary people would opt for peace, a view also held by the Enlightenment philosopher Kant, described earlier, and by the contemporary advocates of an open Internet. As Wilson told Congress in April 1917, in his request for a declaration of war against Germany, self-governed nations do not fill their neighbor states with spies or set the course of intrigue to bring about some critical posture of affairs, which will give them an opportunity to strike and make conquest. Such designs can be successfully worked only under cover and where no one has the right to ask questions. Cunningly contrived plans of deception or aggression, carried, it may be, from generation to generation, can be worked out and kept from the light only within the privacy of courts or behind the carefully guarded confidences of a narrow and privileged class. They are happily impossible where public opinion commands and insists upon full information concerning all the nation's affairs. The procedural aspect of the balance of power, its neutrality as to the moral merit of contending parties, was therefore immoral as well as dangerous. Not only was democracy the best form of governance, it was also the sole guarantee for permanent peace. As such, American intervention was intended not simply to thwart Germany's war aims but, Wilson explained in a subsequent speech, to alter Germany's system of government. The goal was not primarily strategic, for strategy was an expression of governance. The worst that can happen to the detriment of the German people is this, that if they should still, after the war is over, continue to be obliged to live under ambitious and intriguing masters interested to disturb the peace of the world, men or classes of men whom the other peoples of the world could not trust, it might be impossible to admit them to the partnership of nations which must henceforth guarantee the world's peace. In keeping with this view, when Germany declared itself ready to discuss an armistice, Wilson refused to negotiate until the Kaiser abdicated. International peace required the destruction of every arbitrary power anywhere that can separately secretly and of its single choice disturb the peace of the world, or, if it cannot be presently destroyed, at the least its reduction to virtual impotence. A rules-based, peaceful international order was achievable, but because no autocratic government could be trusted to keep faith within it or observe its covenants, peace required that autocracy must first be shown the utter futility of its claims to power or leadership in the modern world. The spread of democracy, in Wilson's view, would be an automatic consequence of implementing the principle of self-determination. Since the Congress of Vienna, wars had ended with an agreement on the restoration of the balance of power by territorial adjustments. Wilson's concept of world order called instead for self-determination, for each nation, defined by ethnic and linguistic unity, to be given a state. Only through self-government, he assessed, could peoples express their underlying will toward international harmony. And once they had achieved independence and national unity, Wilson argued, they would no longer have an incentive to practice aggressive or self-interested policies. Statesmen following the principle of self-determination would not dare attempting any such covenants of selfishness and compromise as were entered into at the Congress of Vienna, where elite representatives of the great powers had redrawn international borders in secret, favoring equilibrium over popular aspirations. The world would thus enter an age which rejects the standards of national selfishness that once governed the councils of nations and demands that they shall give way to a new order of things in which the only questions will be, is it right? Is it just? Is it in the interest of mankind? Scant evidence supported the Wilsonian premise that public opinion was more attuned to the overall interest of mankind than the traditional statesmen whom Wilson castigated. The European countries that entered the war in 1914 all had representative institutions of various influence. The German parliament was elected by universal suffrage. In every country, the war was greeted by universal enthusiasm with nary even token opposition in any of the elected bodies. After the war, the publics of democratic France and Britain demanded a punitive peace, ignoring their own historical experience that a stable European order had never come about except through an ultimate reconciliation of victor and defeated. Restraint was much more the attribute of the aristocrats who negotiated at the Congress of Vienna, if only because they shared common values and experiences. Leaders who had been shaped by a domestic policy of balancing a multitude of pressure groups were arguably more attuned to the moods of the moment or to the dictates of national dignity than to abstract principles of the benefit of humanity. The concept of transcending war by giving each nation a state, similarly admirable as a general concept, faced analogous difficulties in practice. Ironically, the redrawing of Europe's map on the new principle of linguistically based national self-determination, largely at Wilson's behest, enhanced Germany's geopolitical prospects. Before the war, Germany was surrounded by three major powers, France, Russia, and Austria-Hungary, constraining any territorial expansion. Now it faced a collection of small states built on the principle of self-determination, only partially applied, because in Eastern Europe and the Balkans the nationalities were so jumbled that each new state included other nationalities, compounding their strategic weakness with ideological vulnerability. On the eastern flank of Europe's disaffected central power were no longer great masses, which at the Congress of Vienna had been deemed essential to restrain the then-aggressor France, but, as Britain's Prime Minister Lloyd George ruefully assessed, a number of small states, many of them consisting of people who have never previously set up a stable government for themselves, but each of them containing large masses of Germans clamoring for reunion with their native land. The implementation of Wilson's vision was to be fostered by the construction of new international institutions and practices, allowing for the peaceful resolution of disputes. The League of Nations would replace the previous concert of powers. Forswearing the traditional concept of an equilibrium of competing interests, League members would implement, not a balance of power, but a community of power, not organized rivalries, but an organized common peace. It was understandable that after a war that had been caused by the confrontation of two rigid alliance systems, statesmen might seek a better alternative. But the community of power, of which Wilson was speaking, replaced rigidity with unpredictability. What Wilson meant by community of power was a new concept that later became known as collective security. In traditional international policy, states with congruent interests or similar apprehensions might assign themselves a special role in guaranteeing the peace and form an alliance, as they had, for example, after the defeat of Napoleon. Such arrangements were always designed to deal with specific strategic threats, either named or implied, for example, a revanchist France after the Congress of Vienna. The League of Nations, by contrast, would be founded on a moral principle, the universal opposition to military aggression as such, whatever its source, its target, or its proclaimed justification. It was aimed not at a specific issue but at the violation of norms. Because the definition of norms has proved to be subject to divergent interpretations, the operation of collective security is, in that sense, unpredictable. All states, in the League of Nations concept, would pledge themselves to the peaceful resolution of disputes and would subordinate themselves to the neutral application of a shared set of rules of fair conduct. If states differed in their view as to their rights or duties, they would submit their claims to arbitration by a panel of disinterested parties. If a country violated this principle and used force to press its claims, it would be labeled an aggressor. League members would then unite to resist the belligerent party as a violator of the general peace. No alliances, separate interests, secret agreements, or plottings of inner circles would be permitted within the League, because this would obstruct the neutral application of the system's rules. International order would be refounded instead on open covenants of peace, openly arrived at. The distinction Wilson made between alliances and collective security, the key element of the League of Nations system, was central to dilemmas that have followed ever since. An alliance comes about as an agreement on specific facts or expectations. It creates a formal obligation to act in a precise way in defined contingencies. It brings about a strategic obligation fulfillable in an agreed manner. It arises out of a consciousness of shared interests, and the more parallel those interests are, the more cohesive the alliance will be. Collective security, by contrast, is a legal construct addressed to no specific contingency. It defines no particular obligations except joint action of some kind when the rules of peaceful international order are violated. In practice, action must be negotiated from case to case. Alliances grow out of a consciousness of a defined common interest identified in advance. Collective security declares itself opposed to any aggressive conduct anywhere within the purview of the participating states that, in the proposed League of Nations, involved every recognized state. In the event of a violation, such a collective security system must distill its common purpose after the fact, out of variegated national interests. Yet the idea that in such situations countries will identify violations of peace identically, and be prepared to act in common against them is belied by the experience of history. From Wilson to the present, in the League of Nations or its successor, the United Nations, The military actions that can be classed as collective security in the conceptual sense were the Korean War and the First Iraq War, and came about in both cases because the United States had made clear that it would act unilaterally if necessary. In fact, it had in both cases started deployments before there was a formal UN decision. Rather than inspire an American decision, the United Nations decision ratified it. The commitment to support the United States was more a means to gain influence over American actions, already in train, than the expression of a moral consensus. The balance of power system collapsed with the outbreak of World War I because the alliances it spawned had no flexibility, and it was indiscriminately applied to peripheral issues, thereby exacerbating all conflicts. The system of collective security demonstrated the opposite failing when confronted by the initial steps toward World War II. The League of Nations was impotent in the face of the dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, the Italian attack on Abyssinia, the German derogation of the Locarno Treaty, and the Japanese invasion of China. Its definition of aggression was so vague, the reluctance to undertake common action so deep, that it proved inoperative even against flagrant threats to peace. Collective security has repeatedly revealed itself to be unworkable in situations that most seriously threaten international peace and security. For example, during the Middle East War of 1973, the UN Security Council did not meet, by collusion among the permanent members, until a ceasefire had been negotiated between Washington and Moscow. Nevertheless, Wilson's legacy has so shaped American thinking that American leaders have conflated collective security with alliances. When explaining the nascent Atlantic Alliance system after World War II to a wary Congress, administration spokesmen insisted on describing the NATO alliance as the pure implementation of the doctrine of collective security. They submitted an analysis to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee tracing the difference between historic alliances and the NATO Treaty, which held that NATO was not concerned with the defense of territory, surely news to America's European allies. Its conclusion was that the North Atlantic Treaty is directed against no one, it is directed solely against aggression. It seeks not to influence any shifting balance of power, but to strengthen the balance of principle. One can imagine the gleam in Secretary of State Dean Acheson's eyes, an astute student of history. He knew far better, when he presented a treaty designed to get around the weaknesses of the doctrine of collective security to Congress, as a measure to implement them. In retirement, Theodore Roosevelt deplored Wilson's attempts at the beginning of World War I to remain aloof from the unfolding conflict in Europe. He then, at its end, questioned the claims made on behalf of the League of Nations. After armistice was declared in November 1918, Roosevelt wrote, "I am for such a league provided we don't expect too much from it. I am not willing to play the part which even Aesop held up to derision when he wrote of how the wolves and the sheep agreed to disarm, and how the sheep as a guarantee of good faith sent away the watchdogs, and were then forthwith eaten by the wolves." The test of Wilsonianism has never been whether the world has managed to enshrine peace through sufficiently detailed rules, with a broad enough base of signatories. The essential question has been what to do when these rules were violated or, more challengingly, manipulated to ends contrary to their spirit. If international order was a legal system operating before the jury of public opinion, what if an aggressor chose conflict on an issue that the democratic publics regarded as too obscure to warrant involvement? For example, a border dispute between Italy's colonies in East Africa and the independent Empire of Abyssinia? If two sides violated the proscription against force and the international community cut off arms shipments to both parties, as a result, this would often allow the stronger party to prevail. If a party illegally withdrew from the mechanism of peaceful international order and declared itself no longer bound by its strictures, as with Germany's, Japan's, and Italy's eventual withdrawal from the League of Nations, the Washington Naval Treaty in 1922, and the Kellogg-Briand Pact in 1928, or in our own day the defiance of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty by proliferating countries. Were the status quo powers authorized to use force to punish this defiance, or should they attempt to coax the renegade power back into the system? Or simply ignore the challenge? And would a course of appeasement not then provide rewards for defiance? Above all, were there legal outcomes that should nonetheless be resisted because they violated other principles of military or political equilibrium? For example, the popularly ratified self-determination of Austria and the German-speaking communities of the Czechoslovak Republic to merge with Nazi Germany in 1938, or Japan's concoction of a supposedly self-determining Manchu country, in 1932 carved from northeastern China? Were the rules and principles themselves the international order, or were they a scaffolding on top of a geopolitical structure capable of, indeed requiring, more sophisticated management? The old diplomacy had sought to counterbalance the interests of rival states and the passions of antagonistic nationalisms, in an equilibrium of contending forces. In that spirit, it had brought France back into the European order after the defeat of Napoleon, inviting it to participate in the Congress of Vienna even while ensuring that it would be surrounded by great masses to contain any future temptations to aggrandizement. For the new diplomacy, which promised to reorder international affairs on moral and not strategic principles, no such calculations were permissible. This placed the statesmen of 1919 in a precarious position. Germany was not invited to the peace conference and in the resulting treaty was labeled the war's sole aggressor and assigned the entire financial and moral burden of the conflict. To Germany's east, however, the statesmen at Versailles struggled to mediate between the multiple peoples who claimed a right to determine themselves on the same territories. This placed a score of weak, ethnically fragmented states between two potentially great powers, Germany and Russia. In any event, there were too many nations to make independence for all realistic or secure. Instead, a wavering effort to draft minority rights was begun. The nascent Soviet Union, also not represented at Versailles, was antagonized but not destroyed by an abortive Allied intervention in northern Russia and afterward isolated. And to cap these shortcomings, the U.S. Senate rejected America's accession to the League of Nations, to Wilson's shattering disappointment. In the years since Wilson's presidency, his failures have generally been ascribed not to shortcomings in his conception of international relations but to contingent circumstances, an isolationist Congress, whose reservations Wilson made little attempt to address or assuage, or to the stroke that debilitated him during his nationwide speaking tour in support of the League. As humanly tragic as these events were, it must be said that the failure of Wilson's vision was not due to America's insufficient commitment to Wilsonianism. Wilson's successors tried to implement his visionary program through other complementary and essentially Wilsonian means. In the 1920s and 1930s, America and its democratic partners made a major commitment to a diplomacy of disarmament and peaceful arbitration. At the Washington Naval Conference of 1921–22, the United States attempted to forestall an arms race by offering to scrap 30 naval vessels in order to achieve proportionate limitations of the American, British, French, Italian, and Japanese fleets. In 1928, Calvin Coolidge's Secretary of State Frank Kellogg pioneered the Kellogg-Briand Pact, which purported to outlaw war entirely as an instrument of national policy. Signatories, who included the vast majority of the world's independent states, all of the belligerents of World War I, and all of the eventual Axis powers, promised to peacefully arbitrate all disputes or conflicts of whatever nature or of whatever origin they may be, which may arise among them. No significant element of these initiatives survived. And yet Woodrow Wilson, whose career would appear more the stuff of Shakespearean tragedy than of foreign policy textbooks, had touched an essential chord in the American soul. Though far from being the most geopolitically astute or diplomatically skillful American foreign policy figure of the 20th century, he consistently ranks among the greatest presidents in contemporary polls. It is the measure of Wilson's intellectual triumph that even Richard Nixon, whose foreign policy in fact embodied most of Theodore Roosevelt's precepts, considered himself a disciple of Wilson's internationalism and hung a portrait of the wartime president in the cabinet room. Woodrow Wilson's ultimate greatness must be measured by the degree to which he rallied the tradition of American exceptionalism behind a vision that outlasted these shortcomings. He has been revered as a prophet toward whose vision America has judged itself obliged to aspire. Whenever America has been tested by crisis or conflict, in World War II, the Cold War, and our own era's upheavals in the Islamic world, it has returned in one way or another to Woodrow Wilson's vision of a world order that secures peace through democracy, open diplomacy, and the cultivation of shared rules and standards. The genius of this vision has been its ability to harness American idealism in the service of great foreign policy undertakings, in peacemaking, human rights, and cooperative problem-solving, and to imbue the exercise of American power with the hope for a better and more peaceful world. Its influence has been in no small way responsible for the spread of participatory governance throughout the world in the past century, and for the extraordinary conviction and optimism that America has brought to its engagement with world affairs. The tragedy of Wilsonianism is that it bequeathed to the 20th century's decisive power an elevated foreign policy doctrine, unmoored from a sense of history or geopolitics. Franklin Roosevelt and the New World Order. Wilson's principles were so pervasive, so deeply related to the American perception of itself, that when 2 decades later the issue of world order came up again, the failure of the interwar period did not obstruct their triumphal return. Amidst another world war, America turned once more to the challenge of building a new world order essentially on Wilsonian principles. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a cousin of Theodore Roosevelt's and by now a historic third-term president, and Winston Churchill met for the first time as leaders in Newfoundland aboard HMS Prince of Wales in August 1941, they expressed what they described as their common vision in the Atlantic Charter of 8 common principles, all of which Wilson would have endorsed, while no previous British Prime Minister would have been comfortable with all of them. They included the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live, the end of territorial acquisitions against the will of subject populations, freedom from fear and want, and a program of international disarmament, to precede the eventual abandonment of the use of force, and establishment of a wider and permanent system of general security. Not all of this, especially the point on decolonization, would have been initiated by Winston Churchill, nor would he have accepted it had he not thought it essential to win an American partnership that was Britain's best, perhaps only, hope to avoid defeat. Roosevelt even went beyond Wilson in spelling out his ideas of the foundation of international peace. Coming from the Academy, Wilson had relied on building an international order on essentially philosophical principles. Having emerged from the manipulatory maelstrom of American politics, Roosevelt placed great reliance on the management of personalities. Thus Roosevelt expressed the conviction that the new international order would be built on the basis of personal trust. The kind of world order which we, the peace-loving nations, must achieve, must depend essentially on friendly human relations, on acquaintance, on tolerance, on unassailable sincerity and goodwill and good faith. Roosevelt returned to this theme in his fourth inaugural address in 1945. We have learned the simple truth, as Emerson said, that the only way to have a friend is to be one. We can gain no lasting peace if we approach it with suspicion and mistrust or with fear. When Roosevelt dealt with Stalin during the war, he implemented these convictions. Confronted with evidence of the Soviet Union's record of broken agreements and anti-Western hostility, Roosevelt is reported to have assured the former U.S. ambassador in Moscow William C. Bullitt, "Bill, I don't dispute your facts, they are accurate. I don't dispute the logic of your reasoning. I just have a hunch that Stalin is not that kind of man. I think if I give him everything that I possibly can and ask nothing from him in return, noblesse oblige, he won't try to annex anything and will work for a world of democracy and peace." During the first encounter of the two leaders at Tehran for a summit in 1943, Roosevelt's conduct was in keeping with his pronouncements. Upon arrival, the Soviet leader warned Roosevelt that Soviet intelligence had discovered a Nazi plot threatening the president's safety, and offered him hospitality in the heavily fortified Soviet compound, arguing that the American embassy was less secure and too distant from the projected meeting place. Roosevelt accepted the Soviet offer and rejected the nearby British embassy to avoid the impression that the Anglo-Saxon leaders were ganging up against Stalin. Going further at joint meetings with Stalin, Roosevelt ostentatiously teased Churchill and generally sought to create the impression of dissociation from Britain's wartime leader. The immediate challenge was to define a concept of peace. What principles would guide the relations of the world's powers? What contribution was required from the United States in designing and securing an international order? Should the Soviet Union be conciliated or confronted? And if these tasks were carried out successfully, what type of world would result? Would peace be a document or a process? The geopolitical challenge in 1945 was as complex as any confronted by an American president. Even in its war-ravaged condition, the Soviet Union posed two obstacles to the construction of a post-war international order. Its size and the scope of its conquests overthrew the balance of power in Europe. And its ideological thrust challenged the legitimacy of any Western institutional structure, rejecting all existing institutions as forms of illegitimate exploitation. Communism had called for a world revolution to overthrow the ruling classes and restore power to what Karl Marx had called the workers of the world. When in the 1920s the majority of the first wave of European communist uprisings were crushed, or withered for lack of support among the anointed proletariat, Joseph Stalin, implacable and ruthless, promulgated the doctrine of consolidating socialism in one country. He eliminated all of the other original revolutionary leaders in a decade of purges, and deployed a largely conscripted labor force to build up Russia's industrial capacity. Seeking to deflect the Nazi storm to the west, in 1939 he entered a neutrality pact with Hitler, dividing Northern and Eastern Europe into Soviet and German spheres of influence. When in June 1941 Hitler invaded Russia anyway, Stalin recalled Russian nationalism from its ideological internment and declared the Great Patriotic War, imbuing communist ideology with an opportunistic appeal to Russian imperial feeling. For the first time in communist rule, Stalin evoked the Russian psyche that had called the Russian state into being and defended it over the centuries through domestic tyrannies and foreign invasions and depredations. Victory in the war confronted the world with a Russian challenge analogous to that at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, only more acute. How would this wounded giant, having lost at least 20 million lives and with the western third of its vast territory devastated, react to the vacuum opening before it? Attention to Stalin's pronouncements could have provided the answer but for the conventional wartime illusion, which Stalin had carefully cultivated, that he was moderating communist ideologues rather than instigating them. Stalin's global strategy was complex. He was convinced that the capitalist system inevitably produced wars, hence the end of World War II would at best be an armistice. He considered Hitler a sui generis representative of the capitalist system, not an aberration from it. The capitalist states remained adversaries after Hitler's defeat, no matter what their leaders said or even thought. As he had said with scorn of the British and French leaders of the 1920s. They talk about pacifism, they speak about peace among European states. Bryant and Chamberlain are embracing each other. All this is nonsense. From European history we know that every time treaties envisaging a new arrangement of forces for new wars have been signed, these treaties have been called treaties of peace. Although they were signed for the purpose of depicting new elements of the coming war. In Stalin's worldview, decisions were determined by objective factors, not personal relationships. Thus the goodwill of wartime alliance was subjective and superseded by the new circumstances of victory. The goal of Soviet strategy would be to achieve the maximum security for the inevitable showdown. This meant pushing the security borders of Russia as far west as possible and weakening the countries beyond these security borders, through communist parties and covert operations. While the war was going on, Western leaders resisted acknowledging assessments of this kind. Churchill because of his need to stay in step with America, Roosevelt because he was advocating a master plan to secure a just and lasting peace, which was in effect a reversal of what had been the European international order. He would countenance neither a balance of power nor a restoration of empires. His public program called for rules for the peaceful resolution of disputes and parallel efforts of the major powers, the so-called Four Policemen, the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, and China. The United States and the Soviet Union especially were expected to take the lead in checking violations of peace. Charles Bolin, then a young Foreign Service officer working as Roosevelt's Russian-language translator, and later an architect of the Cold War U.S. policy relationship, faulted Roosevelt's American conviction that the other fellow is a good guy who will respond properly and decently if you treat him right. He, Roosevelt, felt that Stalin viewed the world somewhat in the same light as he did, and that Stalin's hostility and distrust were due to the neglect that Soviet Russia had suffered at the hands of other countries for years after the revolution. What he did not understand was that Stalin's enmity was based on profound ideological convictions. Another view holds that Roosevelt, who had demonstrated his subtlety in the often ruthless way in which he maneuvered the essentially neutralist American people toward a war that few contemporaries considered necessary, was beyond being deceived by a leader even as wily as Stalin. According to this interpretation, Roosevelt was biding his time and humoring the Soviet leader to keep him from making a separate deal with Hitler. He must have known, or would soon discover, that the Soviet view of world order was antithetical to the American one. Invocations of democracy and self-determination would serve to rally the American public, but must eventually prove unacceptable to Moscow. Once Germany's unconditional surrender had been achieved and Soviet intransigence had been demonstrated, according to this view, Roosevelt would have rallied the democracies with the same determination he had shown in opposition to Hitler. Great leaders often embody great ambiguities. When he was assassinated, was President John F. Kennedy on the verge of expanding America's commitment to Vietnam or withdrawing from it? Naivete was not, generally speaking, a charge Roosevelt's critics made against him. Probably the answer is that Roosevelt, like his people, was ambivalent about the two sides of international order. He hoped for a peace based on legitimacy, that is, trust between individuals, respect for international law, humanitarian objectives, and goodwill. But confronted with the Soviet Union's insistently power-based approach, he would likely have reverted to the Machiavellian side that had brought him to leadership and made him the dominant figure of his period. The question of what balance he would have struck was preempted by his death in the fourth month of his fourth presidential term, before his design for dealing with the Soviet Union could be completed. Harry S. Truman, excluded by Roosevelt from any decision-making, was suddenly catapulted into that role. World Order. Henry Kissinger. Reflections on the Character of Nations and the Course of History. Chapter 8, The United States, Ambivalent Superpower. 1. The Beginning of the Cold War. 2. Strategies of a Cold War Order. 3. The Korean War. 4. Vietnam and the Breakdown of the National Consensus. 5. Richard Nixon and International Order. 6. The Beginning of Renewal. 7. Ronald Reagan and the End of the Cold War. 8. The Afghanistan and Iraq Wars. 9. The Purpose and the Possible. Chapter 8. The United States, Ambivalent Superpower. All 12 post-war presidents have passionately affirmed an exceptional role for America in the world. Each has treated it as axiomatic that the United States was embarked on an unselfish quest for the resolution of conflicts, and the equality of all nations, in which the ultimate benchmark for success would be world peace and universal harmony. All presidents from both political parties have proclaimed the applicability of American principles to the entire world, of which perhaps the most eloquent articulation, though in no sense unique, was President John F. Kennedy's inaugural address on January 20, 1961. Kennedy called on his country to pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe, in order to assure the survival and the success of liberty. He made no distinction between threats, he established no priorities for American engagement. He specifically rejected the shifting calculations of the traditional balance of power. What he called for was a new endeavor, not a balance of power, but a new world of law. It would be a grand and global alliance against the common enemies of mankind. What in other countries would have been treated as a rhetorical flourish has, in American discourse, been presented as a specific blueprint for global action. Speaking to the UN General Assembly 1 month after President Kennedy's assassination, Lyndon Johnson affirmed the same unconditional global commitment. Any man and any nation that seeks peace, and hates war, and is willing to fight the good fight against hunger and disease and misery, will find the United States of America by their side, willing to walk with them every step of the way. That sense of responsibility for world order and of the indispensability of American power, buttressed by a consensus that based the moral universalism of the leaders on the American people's dedication to freedom and democracy, led to the extraordinary achievements of the Cold War period and beyond. America helped rebuild the devastated European economies, created the Atlantic Alliance, and formed a global network of security and economic partnerships. It moved from the isolation of China to a policy of cooperation with it. It designed a system of open world trade that has fueled productivity and prosperity, and was, as it has been over the past century, at the cutting edge of almost all of the technological revolutions of the period. It supported participatory governance in both friendly and adversarial countries. It played a leading role in articulating new humanitarian principles, and since 1945 it has, in 5 wars and on several other occasions, spent American blood to redeem them in distant corners of the world. No other country would have had the idealism and the resources to take on such a range of challenges or the capacity to succeed in so many of them. American idealism and exceptionalism were the driving forces behind the building of a new international order. For a few decades, there was an extraordinary correspondence between America's traditional beliefs and historical experience and the world in which it found itself. For the generation of leaders who assumed the responsibility for constructing the post-war order, the two great experiences had been surmounting the recession of the 1930s and victory over aggression in the 1940s. Both tasks lent themselves to definite solutions. In the economic field, the restoration of growth and the inauguration of new social welfare programs. In the war, unconditional surrender of the enemy. At the end of the war, the United States, as the only major country to emerge essentially undamaged, produced about 60% of the world's GNP. It was thereby able to define leadership as essentially practical progress along lines modeled on the American domestic experience, alliances as Wilsonian concepts of collective security, and governance as programs of economic recovery and democratic reform. America's Cold War undertaking began as a defense of countries that shared the American view of world order. The adversary, the Soviet Union, was conceived as having strayed from the international community to which it would eventually return. On the journey toward that vision, America began to encounter other historic views of world order. New nations with different histories and cultures appeared on the scene as colonialism ended. The nature of communism became more complex and its impact more ambiguous. Governments and armed doctrines rejecting American concepts of domestic and international order mounted tenacious challenges. Limits to American capabilities, however vast, became apparent. Priorities needed to be set. America's encounters with these realities raised a new question that had not heretofore been put to the United States. Is American foreign policy a story with a beginning and an end, in which final victories are possible? Or is it a process of managing and tempering ever-recurring challenges? Does foreign policy have a destination, or is it a process of never-completed fulfillment? In answering these questions, America put itself through anguishing debates and domestic divisions about the nature of its world role. They were the reverse side of its historic idealism. By framing the issue of America's world role as a test of moral perfection, it castigated itself, sometimes to profound effect, for falling short. In expectation of a final culmination to its efforts, the peaceful, democratic, rules-based world that Wilson prophesied, it was often uncomfortable with the prospect of foreign policy as a permanent endeavor for contingent aims. With nearly every president insisting that America had universal principles while other countries merely had national interests, the United States has risked extremes of overextension and disillusioned withdrawal. Since the end of World War II, in quest of its vision of world order, America has embarked on 5 wars on behalf of expansive goals initially embraced with near universal public support, which then turned into public discord, often on the brink of violence. In 3 of these wars, the establishment consensus shifted abruptly to embrace a program of effectively unconditional unilateral withdrawal. 3 times in 2 generations, the United States abandoned wars midstream as inadequately transformative or as misconceived. In Vietnam as a result of congressional decisions, in Iraq and Afghanistan by choice of the president. Victory in the Cold War has been accompanied by congenital ambivalence. America has been searching its soul about the moral worth of its efforts to a degree for which it is difficult to find historical parallels. Either American objectives had been unfulfillable, or America did not pursue a strategy compatible with reaching these objectives. Critics will ascribe these setbacks to the deficiencies, moral and intellectual, of America's leaders. Historians will probably conclude that they derived from the inability to resolve an ambivalence about force and diplomacy, realism and idealism, power and legitimacy, cutting across the entire society. The beginning of the Cold War. Nothing in Harry S. Truman's career would have suggested that he would become president, even less that he would preside over the creation of a structure of international order that would last through the Cold War, and help decide it. Yet this quintessentially American, common man, would emerge as one of the seminal American presidents. No president has faced a more daunting task. The war had ended without any attempt by the powers to redefine international order, as in the Westphalian Settlement of 1648 and at the Congress of Vienna in 1815. Therefore, Truman's first task was to make concrete Roosevelt's vision of a realistically conceived international organization, named the United Nations. Signed in San Francisco in 1945, its charter merged 2 forms of international decision-making. The General Assembly would be universal in membership and based upon the doctrine of the equality of states, one state, one vote. At the same time, the United Nations would implement collective security via a global concert, the Security Council, designating 5 major powers, the United States, Britain, France, the USSR, and China, as permanent members, wielding veto power. Britain, France, and China were included as much in homage to their record of great achievements as in reflection of their current capacities. Together with a rotating group of 9 additional countries, the Security Council was vested with special responsibility to maintain international peace and security. The United Nations could achieve its designated purpose only if the permanent members shared a conception of world order. On issues where they disagreed, the World Organization might enshrine, rather than assuage, their differences. The last summit meeting of the wartime allies at Potsdam in July and August 1945 of Truman, Winston Churchill, and Stalin established the zones of occupation of Germany. Churchill was replaced as the result of electoral defeat halfway through by Clement Attlee, his wartime deputy. It also put Berlin under joint administration by the 4 victorious powers, with guaranteed access to the western zones of occupation through Soviet-occupied territory. It turned out to be the last significant agreement between the wartime allies. In the negotiations to implement the accords, the Western Allies and the Soviet Union found themselves in mounting deadlock. The Soviet Union insisted on shaping a new international, social, and political structure of Eastern Europe on a principle laid down by Stalin in 1945. Whoever occupies a territory also imposes on it his own social system. Everyone imposes his own system as far as his army can reach. It cannot be otherwise. Abandoning any notion of Westphalian principles in favor of objective factors, Stalin now imposed Moscow's Marxist-Leninist system ruthlessly, though gradually, across Eastern Europe. The first direct military confrontation between the wartime allies occurred over access routes to the capital of the erstwhile enemy, Berlin. In 1948, Stalin, in response to the merging of the three occupation zones of the Western Allies, cut the access routes to Berlin, which until the end of the blockade was sustained by a largely American airlift. How Stalin analyzed objective factors is illustrated by a conversation in 1989 I had with Andrei Gromyko, Soviet foreign minister for 28 years until he was kicked upstairs by the newly installed Mikhail Gorbachev, into the largely ceremonial office of president. He therefore had much time for discussions about what he had observed of Russian history and no future to protect by discretion. I raised a question of how, in light of the vast casualties and devastation it had suffered in the war, the Soviet Union could have dealt with an American military response to the Berlin blockade. Gromyko replied that Stalin had answered similar questions from subordinates to this effect. He doubted the United States would use nuclear weapons on so local an issue. If the Western Allies undertook a conventional ground force probe along the access routes to Berlin, Soviet forces were ordered to resist without referring the decision to Stalin. If American forces were mobilizing along the entire front, Stalin said, "Come to me." In other words, Stalin felt strong enough for a local war but would not risk general war with the United States. Henceforth, two power blocs were seeking to stare each other down, without resolving the causes of the underlying crisis. Europe, liberated from Nazism, stood in danger of falling under the sway of a new hegemonic power. The newly independent states in Asia, with fragile institutions and deep domestic and often ethnic divisions, might be delivered to self-government only to be confronted by a doctrine hostile to the West and inimical to pluralism domestically or internationally. At this juncture, Truman made a strategic choice fundamental for American history and the evolution of the international order. He put an end to the historical temptation of going it alone by committing America to the permanent shaping of a new international order. He advanced a series of crucial initiatives. The Greek-Turkish aid program of 1947 replaced the subsidies with which Britain had sustained these pivotal Mediterranean countries and which Britain could no longer afford. The Marshall Plan in 1948 put forward a recovery plan that in time restored Europe's economic health. In 1949, Truman's Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, presided over a ceremony marking the creation of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, as the capstone of the American-sponsored new international order. NATO was a new departure in the establishment of European security. The international order no longer was characterized by the traditional European balance of power distilled from shifting coalitions of multiple states. Rather, whatever equilibrium prevailed had been reduced to that existing between the two nuclear superpowers. If either disappeared or failed to engage, the equilibrium would be lost, and its opponent would become dominant. The first was what happened in 1990 with the collapse of the Soviet Union. The second was the perennial fear of America's allies during the Cold War that America might lose interest in the defense of Europe. The nations joining the North Atlantic Treaty Organization provided some military forces, but more in the nature of an admission ticket for a shelter under America's nuclear umbrella than as an instrument of local defense. What America was constructing in the Truman era was a unilateral guarantee in the form of a traditional alliance. With the structure in place, the historical debates about the ultimate purpose of American foreign policy re-emerged. Were the goals of the new alliance moral or strategic? Coexistence or the adversary's collapse? Did America seek conversion of the adversary or evolution? Conversion entails inducing an adversary to break with its past in one comprehensive act or gesture. Evolution involves a gradual process, a willingness to pursue ultimate foreign policy goals in imperfect stages and to deal with the adversary as a reality, while this process is going on. What course would America choose? Exhibiting its historical ambivalence on the subject, America chose both strategies of a Cold War order. The most comprehensive American strategic design in the Cold War was put forward by a then-obscure Foreign Service officer, George Kennan, serving as head of the political section of the American Embassy in Moscow. No Foreign Service officer has ever shaped the U.S. debate over America's world role to such an extent. While Washington was still basking in the wartime euphoria based on belief in Stalin's goodwill, Kennan predicted a looming confrontation. The United States, he asserted in a personal letter to a colleague in 1945, needed to face the fact that its Soviet ally would, at the conclusion of the war, turn into an adversary. A basic conflict is thus arising over Europe between the interests of Atlantic sea power, which demand the preservation of vigorous and independent political life on the European peninsula, and the interests of the jealous Eurasian land power, which must always seek to extend itself to the west and will never find a place, short of the Atlantic Ocean, where it can from its own standpoint safely stop. Kennan proposed an explicitly strategic response, to gather together at once into our hands all the cards we hold and begin to play them for their full value. Eastern Europe, Kennan concluded, would be dominated by Moscow. It stood closer to Russian centers of power than it did to Washington and, however regrettably, Soviet troops had reached it first. Hence the United States should consolidate a sphere in Western Europe under American protection, with the dividing line running through Germany, and endow its sphere with sufficient strength and cohesion to maintain the geopolitical balance. This prescient prediction of the post-war outcome was rejected by Kennan's colleague Charles "Chip" Bolin on Wilsonian grounds that foreign policy of that kind cannot be made in a democracy. Only totalitarian states can make and carry out such policies. Washington might accept a balance of power as a fact, it could not adopt it as a policy. In February 1946, the American Embassy in Moscow received a query from Washington as to whether a doctrinaire speech by Stalin inaugurated a change in the Soviet commitment to a harmonious international order. Kennan, at that time Deputy Chief of Mission, was given an opportunity many Foreign Service officers dream of, to present their views directly to high levels without requiring ambassadorial approval. Kennan replied in a 5-part telegram of 19 single-spaced pages. The essence of the so-called long telegram was that the entire American debate over Soviet intentions needed to be reconceived. Soviet leaders saw East-West relations as a contest between antithetical concepts of world order. They had taken a traditional and instinctive Russian sense of insecurity, and grafted onto it a revolutionary doctrine of global sweep. The Kremlin would interpret every aspect of international affairs in light of Soviet doctrine about a battle for advantage between what Stalin had called the two centers of world significance, capitalism and communism, whose global contest was inevitable and could end with only one winner. They thought the battle was inevitable, and thus made it so. The next year, Kennan, now head of the policy planning staff in the State Department, went public in an article in Foreign Affairs published anonymously by X. On the surface, the article made the same point as the long telegram: Soviet pressure on the West was real and inherent, but it could be contained by the adroit and vigilant application of counterforce at a series of constantly shifting geographical and political points. Theodore Roosevelt would have had no difficulty endorsing this analysis. But when outlining his idea of how the conflict might end, Kennan re-entered Wilsonian territory. At some point in Moscow's feudal confrontations with the outside world, he predicted, some Soviet leader would feel the need to achieve additional support by reaching out beyond the party apparatus to the general public, which was immature and inexperienced, having never been permitted to develop an independent political sense. But if the unity and efficacy of the party as a political instrument was ever so disrupted, Soviet Russia might be changed overnight from one of the strongest to one of the weakest and most pitiable of national societies. This prediction, essentially correct, was Wilsonian in the belief that at the end of the process democratic principles would prevail, that legitimacy would trump power. This belief is what Dean Acheson, the model and seminal Secretary of State to many of his successors, including me, practiced. From 1949 to 1953, he concentrated on building what he called situations of strength via NATO. East-West diplomacy would more or less automatically reflect the balance of power. During the Eisenhower administration, his successor, John Foster Dulles, extended the alliance system through SEATO for Southeast Asia, 1954, and the Baghdad Pact for the Middle East, 1955. In effect, containment came to be equated with the construction of military alliances around the entire Soviet periphery over two continents. World order would consist of the confrontation of two incongruent superpowers, each of which organized an international order within its sphere. Both secretaries of state viewed power and diplomacy as successive stages. America would first consolidate and demonstrate its power, then the Soviet Union would be obliged to cease its challenges and arrive at a reasonable accommodation with the non-communist world. Yet if diplomacy was to be based on positions of military strength, why was it necessary to suspend it in the formative stages of the Atlantic relationship? And how was the strength of the free world to be conveyed to the other side? For in fact, America's nuclear monopoly coupled with the war's devastating impact on the Soviet Union ensured that the actual balance of power was uniquely favorable to the West at the beginning of the Cold War. A situation of strength did not need to be built, it already existed. Winston Churchill recognized this in a speech in October 1948, when he argued that the West's bargaining position would never be stronger than it was at that moment. Negotiations should be pressed, not suspended. The question is asked, what will happen when they get the atomic bomb themselves and have accumulated a large store? You can judge yourselves what will happen then by what is happening now. If these things are done in the green wood, what will be done in the dry? No one in his senses can believe that we have a limitless period of time before us. We ought to bring matters to a head and make a final settlement. The Western nations will be far more likely to reach a lasting settlement, without bloodshed, if they formulate their just demands while they have the atomic power and before the Russian communists have got it too. Truman and Acheson undoubtedly considered the risk too great and resisted a grand negotiation for fear that it might undermine Allied cohesion. Above all, Churchill was leader of the opposition, not prime minister, when he urged an at least diplomatic showdown, and the incumbent Clement Attlee and his foreign secretary, Ernest Bevin, would surely have resisted a design invoking the threat of war. In this context, the United States assumed leadership of the global effort to contain Soviet expansionism, but as a primarily moral, not geopolitical, endeavor. Valid interests existed in both spheres, yet the manner in which they were described tended to obscure attempts to define strategic priorities. Even NSC 68, which codified Truman's national security policy as a classified document and was largely written by the hardline Paul Nitze, avoided the concept of national interest and placed the conflict into traditional moral, almost lyrical, categories. The struggle was between the forces of freedom under a government of laws, which entailed marvelous diversity, the deep tolerance, the lawfulness of the free society, in which every individual has the opportunity to realize his creative powers, and forces of slavery under the grim oligarchy of the Kremlin. By its own lights, America was joining the Cold War struggle not as a geopolitical contest over the limits of Russian power, but as a moral crusade for the free world. In such an endeavor, American policies were presented as a disinterested effort to advance the general interests of humanity. John Foster Dulles, a shrewd operator in crises and tough exponent of American power, nonetheless described American foreign policy as a kind of global volunteer effort guided by principles totally different from any other historic state's approach. He observed that though it was difficult for many to understand, the United States was really motivated by considerations other than short-range expediency. America's influence would not restore the geopolitical balance, in this view, but transcend it. It has been customary, for so many centuries, for nations to act merely to promote their own immediate self-interest, to hurt their rivals, that it is not readily accepted that there can be a new era when nations will be guided by principle. The implication that other nations had selfish interests, while America had principles and a destiny, was as old as the Republic. What was new was that a global geopolitical contest in which the United States was the leader, not a bystander, was justified primarily on moral grounds, and the American national interest was disavowed. This call to universal responsibility underpinned the decisive American commitment to restoring a devastated post-war world, holding the line against Soviet expansion. Yet when it came time to fighting hot wars on the periphery of the communist world, it proved a less certain guide. The Korean War. The Korean War ended inconclusively. But the debates it generated foreshadowed issues that tore the country apart a decade later. In 1945, Korea, until then a Japanese colony, had been liberated by the victorious Allies. The northern half of the Korean peninsula was occupied by the Soviet Union, the southern half by the United States. Each established its form of government in its zone before it withdrew, in 1948 and 1949, respectively. In June 1950, the North Korean Army invaded South Korea. The Truman administration considered it a classic case of Soviet-Chinese aggression on the model of the German and Japanese challenges preceding World War II. Although U.S. armed forces had been drastically reduced in the previous years, Truman took the courageous decision to resist, largely with American forces based in Japan. Contemporary research has shown that the motivation on the communist side was complex. When the North Korean leader Kim Il-sung asked Stalin's approval for the invasion in April 1950, the Soviet dictator encouraged him. He had learned from the defection of Tito 2 years earlier that first-generation communist leaders were especially difficult to fit into the Soviet satellite system that he thought imperative for Russia's national interest. Starting with Mao's visit to Moscow in late 1949, less than 3 months after the People's Republic of China was proclaimed, Stalin had been uneasy about the looming potential of China led by a man of Mao's dominating attributes. An invasion of South Korea might divert China into a crisis on its borders, deflect America's attention from Europe to Asia, and, in any event, absorb some of America's resources in that effort. If achieved with Soviet support, Pyongyang's unification project might give the Soviet Union a dominant position in Korea and, in view of the historical suspicions of these countries for each other, create a kind of counterbalance to China in Asia. Mao followed Stalin's lead, conveyed to him by Kim Il-sung in almost certainly exaggerated terms, for the converse reason. He feared encirclement by the Soviet Union, whose acquisitive interest in Korea had been demonstrated over the centuries and was even then displayed in the demands for ideological subservience Stalin was making as a price for the Sino-Soviet alliance. On one occasion, an eminent Chinese told me that letting Stalin lead Mao into authorizing the Korean War was the only strategic mistake Mao ever made because, in the end, the Korean War delayed Chinese unification by a century in that it led to America's commitment to Taiwan. Be that as it may, the origin of the Korean War was less a Sino-Soviet conspiracy against America than a three-cornered maneuver for dominance within the Communist international order, with Kim Il-sung driving up the bidding to gain support for a program of conquest whose global consequences in the end surprised all of the main participants. The complex strategic considerations of the communist world were not matched on the American side. In effect, the United States was fighting for a principle, defeating aggression, and a method of implementing it, via the United Nations. America could gain UN approval because the Soviet ambassador to the UN, in a continuing protest over the exclusion of Communist China from the UN, had absented himself from the crucial vote of the Security Council. There was less clarity about what was meant by the phrase, defeating aggression. Was it total victory? If less, what was it? How, in short, was the war supposed to end? As it happened, experience outran theory. General Douglas MacArthur's surprise landing at Incheon in September 1950 trapped the North Korean army in the south, and brought about its substantial defeat. Should the victorious army cross the previous dividing line along the 38th parallel into North Korea and achieve unification? If it did so, it would exceed the literal interpretation of collective security principles, because the legal concept of defeating aggression had been achieved. But from a geopolitical point of view, what would have been the lesson? If an aggressor need fear no consequence other than a return to the status quo ante, would a recurrence somewhere else not be likely? Several alternatives presented themselves, for example, holding the advance at the narrow neck of the peninsula on a line from the cities of Pyongyang to Wonsan, a line roughly 150 miles short of the Chinese frontier. This would have destroyed most of the North's war-making capacity and brought 9/10 of the North Korean population into a unified Korea while staying well clear of the Chinese border. We now know that even before American planners had broached the topic of where to arrest their advance, China was preparing for a possible intervention. As early as July 1950, China had concentrated 250,000 troops on its border with Korea. By August, top Chinese planners were operating on the premise that their still advancing North Korean ally would collapse once superior American forces were fully deployed to the theater. Indeed, they accurately predicted MacArthur's surprise landing at Incheon. On August 4, while the front was still deep in South Korea, along the so-called Pusan perimeter, Mao told the Politburo, "If the American imperialists are victorious, they will become dizzy with success, and then be in a position to threaten us. We have to help Korea, we have to assist them. This can be in the form of a volunteer force, and be at a time of our choosing, but we must start to prepare." However, he had told Zhou Enlai that if the United States remained along the Pyongyang to Wonsan line, Chinese forces did not need to attack immediately and should pause for intensified training. What would have happened during or after such a pause must be left to speculation. But the American forces did not pause. Washington ratified MacArthur's crossing of the 38th parallel and set no limit to his advance other than the Chinese border. For Mao, the American movement to the Chinese border involved more than Korean stakes. Truman had, on the outbreak of the Korean War, placed the Seventh Fleet between the combatants in the Taiwan Strait on the argument that protecting both sides of the Chinese Civil War from each other demonstrated American commitment to peace in Asia. It was less than 9 months since Mao had proclaimed the People's Republic of China. If the final outcome of the Korean War was the presence of largely American military forces along the Chinese border, and an American fleet interposed between Taiwan and the mainland, approving the North Korean invasion of South Korea would have turned into a strategic disaster. In an encounter between two different conceptions of world order, America sought to protect the status quo following Westphalian and international legal principles. Nothing ran more counter to Mao's perceptions of his revolutionary mission than the protection of the status quo. Chinese history taught him the many times Korea had been used as an invasion route into China. His own revolutionary experience had been based on the proposition that civil wars ended with victory or defeat, not stalemate. And he convinced himself that America, once ensconced along the Yalu River separating China from Korea, would as a next step complete the encirclement of China by moving into Vietnam. This was 4 years before America's actual involvement in Indochina. Zhou Enlai gave voice to this analysis, and demonstrated the outsized role Korea plays in Chinese strategic thinking, when he told an August 26, 1950, meeting of the Central Military Commission that Korea was, indeed, the focus of the struggles in the world. After conquering Korea, the United States will certainly turn to Vietnam and other colonial countries. Therefore, the Korean problem is at least the key to the East. Considerations such as these induced Mao to repeat the strategy pursued by Chinese leaders in 1593 against the Japanese invasion led by Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Fighting a war with a superpower was a daunting proposition. At least 2 Chinese field marshals refused to command the units destined for battle with American forces. Mao insisted, and the Chinese surprise attack drove back the American deployments from the Yalu River. But after the Chinese intervention, what was now the purpose of the war, and which strategy would implement it? These questions produced an intense American debate foreshadowing far more bitter controversies in later American wars. The difference was that, in contrast to the opponents of the Vietnam War, the critics of the Korean War accused the Truman administration of using not enough force. They sought victory, not withdrawal. The public controversy took place between the theater commander Douglas MacArthur and the Truman administration, backed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. MacArthur argued the traditional case that had been the basis of every previous American military involvement. The purpose of war was victory to be achieved by whatever means required, including aerial attacks on China itself. Stalemate was a strategic setback. Communist aggression had to be defeated where it was occurring, which was in Asia. American military capacity needed to be used to the extent necessary, not conserved for hypothetical contingencies in distant geographic regions, meaning Western Europe. The Truman administration responded in 2 ways, in a demonstration of civilian control over the American military. On April 11, 1951, President Truman relieved MacArthur of his military command for making statements contradicting the administration's policy. On substance, Truman stressed the containment concept. The major threat was the Soviet Union, whose strategic goal was the domination of Europe. Hence, fighting the Korean War to a military conclusion, even more extending it into China, was, in the words of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Omar Bradley, a combat leader in the war against Germany. The wrong war, at the wrong place, at the wrong time, and with the wrong enemy. After some months, the battlefront settled near the 38th parallel in June 1951, where the war had started, just as it had half a millennium earlier. At that point, the Chinese offered negotiations, which the United States accepted. A settlement was reached 2 years later that has, with some intense but short interruptions, lasted more than 60 years to this writing. In the negotiations, as in the origins of the war, two different approaches to strategy confronted each other. The Truman administration expressed the American view about the relationship of power and legitimacy. According to it, war and peace were distinct phases of policy. When negotiations started, the application of force ceased, and diplomacy took over. Each activity was thought to operate by its own rules. Force was needed to produce the negotiation, then it had to stand aside. The outcome of the negotiation would depend on an atmosphere of goodwill, which would be destroyed by military pressure. In that spirit, American forces were ordered to confine themselves to essentially defensive measures during the talks and avoid initiating large-scale, offensive measures. The Chinese view was the exact opposite. War and peace were two sides of the same coin. Negotiations were an extension of the battlefield. In accordance with China's ancient strategist Sun Tzu in his Art of War, the essential contest would be psychological, to affect the adversary's calculations and degrade his confidence in success. De-escalation by the adversary was a sign of weakness to be exploited by pressing one's own military advantage. The communist side used the stalemate to enhance the discomfort of the American public with an inconclusive war. In fact, during the negotiations, America suffered as many casualties as it had during the offensive phase of the war. In the end, each side achieved its objective. America had upheld the doctrine of containment and preserved the territorial integrity of an ally that has since evolved into one of the key countries of Asia. China vindicated its determination to defend the approaches to its borders, and demonstrated its disdain of international rules it had had no voice in creating. The outcome was a draw. But it revealed a potential vulnerability in America's ability to relate strategy to diplomacy, power to legitimacy, and to define its essential aims. Korea, in the end, drew a line across the century. It was the first war in which America specifically renounced victory as an objective, and in that was an augur of things to come. The biggest loser, as it turned out, was the Soviet Union. It had encouraged the original decision to invade and sustained its consequences by providing large stores of supplies to its allies, but it lost their trust. The seeds of the Sino-Soviet split were sown in the Korean War because the Soviets insisted on payment for their assistance, and refused to give combat support. The war also triggered a rapid and vast American rearmament, which restored the imbalance in Western Europe in a big step toward the situation of strength that the American containment doctrine demanded. Each side suffered setbacks. Some Chinese historians hold that China lost an opportunity to unify Taiwan with the mainland in order to sustain an unreliable ally. The United States lost its aura of invincibility that had attached to it since World War II and some of its sense of direction. Other Asian revolutionaries learned the lesson of drawing America into an inconclusive war that might outrun the American public's willingness to support it. America was left with the gap in its thinking on strategy and international order that was to haunt it in the jungles of Vietnam and the breakdown of the national consensus. Even amidst the hardships of the Korean War, a combination of Wilsonian principles and Rooseveltian geostrategy produced an extraordinary momentum. behind the first decade and a half of Cold War policy. Despite the incipient domestic debate, it saw America through the 1948-49 American airlift to thwart Soviet ultimatums on access to Berlin, the Korean War, and the defeat of the Soviet effort to place intermediate-range nuclear ballistic missiles in Cuba in 1962. This was followed by the 1963 treaty with the Soviet Union renouncing nuclear testing in the atmosphere, a symbol of the need for the superpowers to discuss and limit their capability to destroy humanity. The containment policy was supported by an essentially bipartisan consensus in Congress. Relations between the policymaking and the intellectual communities were professional, assumed to be based on shared long-term goals. But roughly coincident with the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, the national consensus began to break down. Part of the reason was the shock of the assassination of a young president who had called on America to fulfill its idealistic traditions, though the assailant was a communist who had sojourned in the Soviet Union. Among many of the younger generation, the loss raised questions about the moral validity of the American enterprise. The Cold War had begun with a call to support democracy and liberty across the world, reinforced by Kennedy at his inauguration. Yet over a period of time, the military doctrines that sustained the strategy of containment began to have a blighting effect on public perceptions. The gap between the destructiveness of the weapons and the purposes for which they might be used proved unbridgeable. All theories for the limited use of military nuclear technology proved infeasible. The reigning strategy was based on the ability to inflict a level of civilian casualties judged unbearable, but surely involving tens of millions on both sides in a matter of days. This calculus constrained the self-confidence of national leaders and the public's faith in their leadership. Besides this, as the containment policy migrated into the fringes of Asia, it encountered conditions quite opposite of those in Europe. The Marshall Plan and NATO succeeded because a political tradition of government remained in Europe, even if impaired. Economic recovery could restore political vitality. But in much of the underdeveloped world, the political framework was fragile or new, and economic aid led to corruption as frequently as to stability. These dilemmas came to a head in the Vietnam War. Truman had sent civilian advisors to South Vietnam to resist a guerrilla war in 1951. Eisenhower had added military advisors in 1954. Kennedy authorized combat troops as auxiliaries in 1962. Johnson deployed an expeditionary force in 1965 that eventually rose to more than 500,000. The Kennedy administration had gone to the edge of participating in the war, and the Johnson administration made it its own because it was convinced that the North Vietnamese assault into South Vietnam was the spearhead of a Sino-Soviet drive for global domination and that it needed to be resisted by American forces, lest all of Southeast Asia fall under communist control. In defending Asia, America proposed to proceed as it had in Western Europe. In accord with President Eisenhower's domino theory, in which the fall of one country to communism would cause others to fall, it applied the doctrine of containment to thwart the aggressor, on the model of NATO, and economic and political rehabilitation, as in the Marshall Plan. At the same time, to avoid widening the war, the United States refrained from targeting sanctuaries in Cambodia and Laos from which Hanoi's forces launched attacks, to inflict thousands of casualties and to which they withdrew to thwart pursuit. None of these administrations had vouchsafed a plan for ending the war other than preserving the independence of South Vietnam, destroying the forces armed and deployed by Hanoi to subvert it, and bombing North Vietnam with sufficient force to cause Hanoi to reconsider its policy of conquest and begin negotiations. This had not been treated as a remarkable or controversial program until the middle of the Johnson administration. Then a wave of protests and media critiques, culminating after the 1968 Tet Offensive. In conventional military terms, a devastating defeat for North Vietnam, but treated in the Western press as a stunning victory, and evidence of American failure, struck a chord with administration officials. Lee Kuan Yew, the founder of the Singapore state and perhaps the wisest Asian leader of his period, was vocal in his firm belief, maintained to this writing, that American intervention was indispensable to preserve the possibility of an independent Southeast Asia. The analysis of the consequences for the region of a communist victory in Vietnam was largely correct. But by the time of America's full-scale participation in Vietnam, Sino-Soviet unity no longer existed, having been in perceptible crisis throughout the 1960s. China, racked by the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution, increasingly regarded the Soviet Union as a dangerous and threatening adversary. The containment principles employed in Europe proved much less applicable in Asia. European instability came about when the economic crisis caused by the war threatened to undermine traditional domestic political institutions. In Southeast Asia, after a century of colonization, these institutions had yet to be created, especially in South Vietnam, which had never existed as a state in history. America attempted to close the gap through a campaign of political construction side by side with the military effort. While simultaneously fighting a conventional war against North Vietnamese divisions and a jungle war against Viet Cong guerrillas, America threw itself into political engineering in a region that had not known self-government for centuries or democracy ever. After a series of coups, the first of which, in November 1963, was actually encouraged by the American embassy and acquiesced in by the White House in the expectation that military rule would produce more liberal institutions, General Nguyen Van Thieu emerged as the South Vietnamese president. At the outset of the Cold War, the non-communist orientation of a government had been taken, perhaps overly expansively, as proof that it was worth preserving against Soviet designs. Now, in the emerging atmosphere of recrimination, the inability of South Vietnam to emerge as a fully operational democracy, amidst a bloody civil war, led to bitter denunciation. A war initially supported by a considerable majority and raised to its existing dimensions by a president citing universal principles of liberty and human rights was now decried as evidence of a unique American moral obtuseness. Charges of immorality and deception were used with abandon. Barbaric was a favorite adjective. American military involvement was described as a form of insanity, revealing profound flaws in the American way of life. Accusations of wanton slaughter of civilians became routine. The domestic debate over the Vietnam War proved to be one of the most scarring in American history. The administrations that had involved America in Indochina were staffed by individuals of substantial intelligence and probity, who suddenly found themselves accused of near-criminal folly and deliberate deception. What had started as a reasonable debate about feasibility and strategy turned into street demonstrations, invective, and violence. The critics were right in pointing out that American strategy, particularly in the opening phases of the war, was ill-suited to the realities of asymmetric conflict. Bombing campaigns alternating with pauses to test Hanoi's readiness for negotiation tended to produce stalemate, bringing to bear enough power to incur denunciation and resistance, but not enough to secure the adversary's readiness for serious negotiations. The dilemmas of Vietnam were very much the consequence of academic theories regarding graduated escalation that had sustained the Cold War, while conceptually coherent in terms of a standoff between nuclear superpowers, they were less applicable to an asymmetric conflict fought against an adversary pursuing a guerrilla strategy. Some of the expectations for the relationship of economic reform to political evolution proved unfeasible in Asia. But these were subjects appropriate for serious debate, not vilification, and, at the fringes of the protest movement, assaults on university and government buildings. The collapse of high aspirations shattered the self-confidence without which establishments flounder. The leaders who had previously sustained American foreign policy were particularly anguished by the rage of the students. The insecurity of their elders turned the normal grievances of maturing youth into an institutionalized rage and a national trauma. Public demonstrations reached dimensions obliging President Johnson, who continued to describe the war in traditional terms of defending a free people against the advance of totalitarianism, to confine his public appearances in his last year in office largely to military bases. In the months following the end of Johnson's presidency in 1969, a number of the war's key architects renounced their positions publicly and called for an end to military operations and an American withdrawal. These themes were elaborated until the establishment view settled on a program to end the war, by means of a unilateral American withdrawal in exchange only for the return of prisoners. Richard Nixon became president at a time when 500,000 American troops were in combat, and the number was still increasing, on a schedule established by the Johnson administration, in Vietnam, as far from the U.S. borders as the globe allows. From the beginning, Nixon was committed to ending the war. But he also thought it his responsibility to do so in the context of America's global commitments for sustaining the post-war international order. Nixon took office 5 months after the Soviet military occupation of Czechoslovakia, while the Soviet Union was building intercontinental missiles at a rate threatening, and, some argued, surpassing, America's deterrent forces, and China remained adamantly and truculently hostile. America could not jettison its security commitments in one part of the world without provoking challenges to its resolve in others. The preservation of American credibility in defense of allies and the global system of order, a role the United States had performed for 2 decades, remained an integral part of Nixon's calculations. Nixon withdrew American forces at the rate of 150,000 per year and ended participation in ground combat in 1971. He authorized negotiations subject to one irreducible condition. He never accepted Hanoi's demand that the peace process begin with the replacement of the government of South Vietnam, America's ally, by a so-called coalition government in effect staffed by figures put forward by Hanoi. This was adamantly rejected for 4 years until after a failed North Vietnamese offensive, defeated without American ground forces, in 1972 finally induced Hanoi to agree to a ceasefire and political settlement it had consistently rejected over the years. In the United States, debate focused on a widespread desire to end the trauma wrought by the war on the populations of Indochina, as if America was the cause of their travail. Yet Hanoi had insisted on continued battle, not because it was unconvinced of the American commitment to peace, but because it counted on it to exhaust American willingness to sustain the sacrifices. Fighting a psychological war, it ruthlessly exploited America's quest for compromise on behalf of a program of domination with which, it turned out, there was no splitting the difference. The military actions that President Nixon ordered, and that as his national security advisor I supported, together with the policy of diplomatic flexibility, brought about a settlement in 1973. The Nixon administration was convinced that Saigon would be able to overcome ordinary violations of the agreement, with its own forces, that the United States would assist with air and naval power against an all-out attack, and that over time the South Vietnamese government would be able, with American economic assistance, to build a functioning society and undergo an evolution toward more transparent institutions, as would in fact occur in South Korea. Whether this process could have been accelerated and whether another definition could have been given to American credibility, will remain the subject of heated debate. The chief obstacle was the difficulty Americans had understanding Hanoi's way of thinking. The Johnson administration overestimated the impact of American military power. Contrary to conventional wisdom, the Nixon administration overestimated the scope for negotiation. For the battle-hardened leadership in Hanoi, having spent their lives fighting for victory, compromise was the same as defeat, and a pluralistic society near inconceivable. A resolution of this debate is beyond the scope of this volume. It was a painful process for all involved. Nixon managed a complete withdrawal and a settlement he was convinced gave the South Vietnamese a decent opportunity to shape their own fate. However, having traversed a decade of controversy and in the highly charged aftermath of the Watergate crisis, Congress severely restricted aid in 1973 and cut off all aid in 1975. North Vietnam conquered South Vietnam by sending almost its entire army across the international border. The international community remained silent, and Congress had proscribed American military intervention. The governments of Laos and Cambodia fell shortly after to communist insurgencies, and in the latter the Khmer Rouge imposed a reckoning of almost unimaginable brutality. America had lost its first war and also the thread to its concept of world order. Richard Nixon and international order. After the carnage of the 1960s with its assassinations, civil riots, and inconclusive wars, Richard Nixon inherited in 1969 the task of restoring cohesion to the American body politic and coherence to American foreign policy. Highly intelligent, with a level of personal insecurity unexpected in such an experienced public figure, Nixon was not the ideal leader for the restoration of domestic peace. But it must also be remembered that the tactics of mass demonstrations, intimidation, and civil disobedience at the outer limit of peaceful protests had been well established by the time Nixon took his oath of office, on January 20, 1969. Nevertheless, for the task of redefining the substance of American foreign policy, Nixon was extraordinarily well prepared. As Senator from California, Vice President under Dwight D. Eisenhower, and perennial presidential candidate, he had traveled widely. The foreign leaders Nixon encountered would spare him the personal confrontations that made him uncomfortable, and engage him in substantive dialogue at which he excelled. Because his solitary nature gave him more free time than ordinary political aspirants, he found extensive reading congenial. This combination made him the best prepared incoming president on foreign policy since Theodore Roosevelt. No president since Theodore Roosevelt had addressed international order as a global concept in such a systematic and conceptual manner. In speaking with the editors of Time in 1971, Nixon articulated such a concept. In his vision, 5 major centers of political and economic power would operate on the basis of an informal commitment by each to pursue its interests with restraint. The outcome of their interlocking ambitions and inhibitions would be equilibrium. We must remember the only time in the history of the world that we have had any extended period of peace is when there has been balance of power. It is when one nation becomes infinitely more powerful in relation to its potential competitor that the danger of war arises. So I believe in a world in which the United States is powerful. I think it will be a safer world and a better world if we have a strong, healthy United States, Europe, Soviet Union, China, Japan, each balancing the other, not playing one against the other, an even balance. What was remarkable in this presentation was that two of the countries listed as part of a concert of powers were in fact adversaries: the USSR, with which America was engaged in a Cold War, and China, with which it had just resumed diplomatic contact after a hiatus of over 2 decades and where the United States had no embassy or formal diplomatic relations. Theodore Roosevelt had articulated an idea of world order in which the United States was the guardian of the global equilibrium. Nixon went further in arguing that the United States should be an integral part of an ever-changing, fluid balance, not as the balancer, but as a component. The passage also displayed Nixon's tactical skill, as when he renounced any intention of playing off one of the components of the balance against another. A subtle way of warning a potential adversary is to renounce a capability he knows one possesses and that will not be altered by the renunciation. Nixon made these remarks as he was about to leave for Beijing, marking a dramatic improvement in relations and the first time a sitting American president had visited China. Balancing China against the Soviet Union from a position in which America was closer to each communist giant than they were to each other was, of course, exactly the design of the evolving strategy. In February 1971, Nixon's annual foreign policy report referred to China as the People's Republic of China, the first time an official American document had accorded it that degree of recognition, and stated that the United States was prepared to establish a dialogue with Peking on the basis of national interest. Nixon made a related point regarding Chinese domestic policies while I was on the way to China, on the so-called secret trip in July 1971. Addressing an audience in Kansas City, Nixon argued that Chinese domestic travail, that is, the Cultural Revolution, should not confer any sense of satisfaction that it will always be that way. Because when we see the Chinese as people, and I have seen them all over the world, they are creative, they are productive, they are one of the most capable people in the world. And 800 million Chinese are going to be, inevitably, an enormous economic power, with all that that means in terms of what they could be in other areas if they move in that direction. These phrases, commonplace today, were revolutionary at that time. Because they were delivered extemporaneously, and I was out of communication with Washington. It was Zhou Enlai who brought them to my attention as I started the first dialogue with Beijing in more than 20 years. Nixon, inveterate anti-communist, had decided that the imperatives of geopolitical equilibrium overrode the demands of ideological purity, as, fortuitously, had his counterparts in China. In the presidential election campaign of 1972, Nixon's opponent, George McGovern, had taunted, "Come home, America." Nixon replied in effect that if America shirked its international responsibility, it would surely fail at home. He declared that only if we act greatly in meeting our responsibilities abroad will we remain a great nation, and only if we remain a great nation will we act greatly in meeting our challenges at home. At the same time, he sought to temper our instinct that we knew what was best for others, which in turn brought on their temptation to lean on our prescriptions. To this end, Nixon established a practice of annual reports on the state of the world. Like all presidential documents, these were drafted by White House associates, in this case the National Security Council staff under my direction. But Nixon set the general strategic tone of the documents and reviewed them as they were being completed. They were used as guidance to the governmental agencies dealing with foreign policy and, more important, as an indication to foreign countries of the direction of American strategy. Nixon was enough of a realist to stress that the United States could not entrust its destiny entirely or even largely to the goodwill of others. As his 1970 report underscored, peace required a willingness to negotiate and seek new forms of partnership, but these alone would not suffice. The second element of a durable peace must be America's strength. Peace, we have learned, cannot be gained by goodwill alone. Peace would be strengthened, not obstructed, he assessed, by continued demonstrations of American power and a proven willingness to act globally, which evoked shades of Theodore Roosevelt sending the Great White Fleet to circumnavigate the globe in 1907–9. Neither could the United States expect other countries to mortgage their future by basing their foreign policy primarily on the goodwill of others. The guiding principle was the effort to build an international order that related power to legitimacy, in the sense that all its key members considered the arrangement just. All nations, adversaries and friends alike, must have a stake in preserving the international system. They must feel that their principles are being respected and their national interests secured. If the international environment meets their vital concerns, they will work to maintain it. It was the vision of such an international order that provided the first impetus for the opening to China, which Nixon considered an indispensable component of it. One facet of the opening to China was the attempt to transcend the domestic strife of the past decade. Nixon became president of a nation shaken by a decade of domestic and international upheaval and an inconclusive war. It was important to convey to it a vision of peace and international comity to lift it toward visions worthy of its history and its values. Equally significant was a redefinition of America's concept of world order. An improved relationship with China would gradually isolate the Soviet Union or impel it to seek better relations with the United States. As long as the United States took care to remain closer to each of the communist superpowers than they were to each other, the specter of the Sino-Soviet cooperative quest for world hegemony that had haunted American foreign policy for 2 decades would be stifled. In time, the Soviet Union found itself unable to sustain this insoluble, largely self-created dilemma of facing adversaries in both Europe and Asia, including within its own ostensible ideological camp. Nixon's attempt to make American idealism practical and American pragmatism long-range was attacked by both sides, reflecting the American ambivalence between power and principle. Idealists criticized Nixon for conducting foreign policy by geopolitical principles. Conservatives challenged him on the ground that a relaxation of tensions with the Soviet Union was a form of abdication vis-a-vis the communist challenge to Western civilization. Both types of critics overlooked that Nixon undertook a tenacious defense along the Soviet periphery, that he was the first American president to visit Eastern Europe, Yugoslavia, Poland, and Romania, symbolically challenging Soviet control, and that he saw the United States through several crises with the Soviet Union, during 2 of which, in October 1970 and October 1973, he did not flinch from putting American military forces on alert. Nixon had shown unusual skill in the geopolitical aspect of building a world order. He patiently linked the various components of strategy to each other, and he showed extraordinary courage in withstanding crises and great persistence in pursuing long-range aims in foreign policy. One of his oft-repeated operating principles was as follows: you pay the same price for doing something halfway as for doing it completely. So you might as well do it completely. As a result, in one 18-month period, during 1972–73, he brought about the end of the Vietnam War, an opening to China, A summit with the Soviet Union even while escalating the military effort in response to a North Vietnamese offensive. The switch of Egypt from a Soviet ally to close cooperation with the United States. 2 disengagement agreements in the Middle East, one between Israel and Egypt, the other with Syria, lasting to this writing, even amidst a brutal civil war, and the start of the European Security Conference, whose outcome over the long term severely weakened Soviet control of Eastern Europe. But at the juncture when tactical achievement might have been translated into a permanent concept of world order, linking inspirational vision to a workable equilibrium, tragedy supervened. The Vietnam War had exhausted energies on all sides. The Watergate debacle, foolishly self-inflicted and ruthlessly exploited by Nixon's longtime critics, paralyzed executive authority. In a normal period, the various strands of Nixon's policy would have been consolidated into a new long-term American strategy. Nixon had a glimpse of the promised land, where hope and reality conjoined, the end of the Cold War, a redefinition of the Atlantic Alliance, a genuine partnership with China, a major step toward Middle East peace, the beginning of Russia's reintegration into an international order, but he did not have time to merge his geopolitical vision with the occasion. It was left to others to undertake that journey. The beginning of renewal. After the anguish of the 1960s and the collapse of a presidency, America needed above all to restore its cohesion. It was fortunate that the man called to this unprecedented task was Gerald Ford. Propelled into an office he had not sought, Ford had never been involved in the complex gyrations of presidential politics. For that reason, freed from obsession with focus groups and public relations, he could practice in the presidency the values of goodwill and faith in his country on which he had been brought up. His long service in the House, where he sat on key defense and intelligence subcommittees, gave him an overview of foreign policy challenges. Ford's historic service was to overcome America's divisions. In his foreign policy, he strove, and largely succeeded, to relate power to principle. His administration witnessed the completion of the first agreement between Israel and an Arab state, in this case, Egypt, whose provisions were largely political. The Second Sinai Disengagement Agreement marked Egypt's irrevocable turning toward a peace agreement. Ford initiated an active diplomacy to bring about majority rule in southern Africa, the first American president to do so explicitly. In the face of strong domestic opposition, he supervised the conclusion of the European Security Conference. Among its many provisions were clauses that enshrined human rights as one of the European security principles. These terms were used by heroic individuals such as Lech Walesa in Poland and Václav Havel in Czechoslovakia to bring democracy to their countries and start the downfall of communism. I introduced my eulogy at President Ford's funeral with the following sentences. According to an ancient tradition, God preserves humanity despite its many transgressions because, at any one period, there exist 10 just individuals who, without being aware of their role, redeem mankind. Gerald Ford was such a man. Jimmy Carter became president when the impact of America's defeat in Indochina began to be translated into challenges inconceivable, while America still had the aura of invincibility. Iran, heretofore a pillar of the regional Middle East order, was taken over by a group of ayatollahs, who in effect declared political and ideological war on the United States, overturning the prevailing balance of power in the Middle East. A symbol of it was the incarceration of the American diplomatic mission in Tehran for more than 400 days. Nearly concurrently, the Soviet Union felt itself in a position to invade and occupy Afghanistan. Amidst all this turmoil, Carter had the fortitude to move the Middle East peace process toward a signing ceremony at the White House. The peace treaty between Israel and Egypt was a historic event. Though its origin lay in the elimination of Soviet influence and the start of a peace process by previous administrations, its conclusion under Carter was the culmination of persistent and determined diplomacy. Carter solidified the opening to China by establishing full diplomatic relations with it, cementing a bipartisan consensus behind the new direction. And he reacted strongly to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan by supporting those who resisted the Soviet takeover. In an anguished period, Carter reaffirmed values of human dignity essential to America's image of itself, even while he hesitated before the new strategic challenges, to find the appropriate balance between power and legitimacy. Toward the end of his term, Ronald Reagan and the end of the Cold War. Rarely has America produced a president so suited to his time and so attuned to it as Ronald Reagan. A decade earlier, Reagan had seemed too militant to be realistic. A decade later, his convictions might have appeared too one-dimensional. But faced with a Soviet Union whose economy was stagnating and whose gerontocratic leadership was quite literally perishing serially, and supported by an American public opinion eager to shed a period of disillusionments, Reagan combined America's latent, sometimes seemingly discordant strengths, its idealism, its resilience, its creativity, and its economic vitality. Sensing potential Soviet weakness and deeply confident in the superiority of the American system, he had read more deeply in American political philosophy than his domestic critics credited. Reagan blended the two elements, power and legitimacy, that had in the previous decade produced American ambivalence. He challenged the Soviet Union to a race in arms and technology that it could not win, based on programs long stymied in Congress. What came to be known as the Strategic Defense Initiative, a defensive shield against missile attack, was largely derided in Congress and the media when Reagan put it forward. Today it is widely credited with convincing the Soviet leadership of the futility of its arms race with the United States. At the same time, Reagan generated psychological momentum with pronouncements at the outer edge of Wilsonian moralism. Perhaps the most poignant example is his farewell address as he left office in 1989, in which he described his vision of America as the shining city on a hill. I've spoken of the shining city all my political life, but I don't know if I ever quite communicated what I saw when I said it. But in my mind, it was a tall, proud city built on rocks stronger than oceans, wind-swept, God-blessed, and teeming with people of all kinds living in harmony and peace, a city with free ports that hummed with commerce and creativity. And if there had to be city walls, the walls had doors, and the doors were open to anyone with the will and the heart to get here. That's how I saw it, and see it still. America as a shining city on a hill was not a metaphor for Reagan. It actually existed for him because he willed it to exist. This was the important difference between Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon, whose actual policies were quite parallel and not rarely identical. Nixon treated foreign policy as an endeavor with no end, as a set of rhythms to be managed. He dealt with its intricacies and contradictions like school assignments by an especially demanding teacher. He expected America to prevail, but in a long, joyless enterprise, perhaps after he left office. Reagan, by contrast, summed up his Cold War strategy to an aide in 1977 in a characteristically optimistic epigram: "We win, they lose." The Nixon style of policymaking was important to restore fluidity to the diplomacy of the Cold War. The Reagan style was indispensable for the diplomacy of ending it. On one level, Reagan's rhetoric, including his March 1983 speech referring to the Soviet Union as the evil empire, might have spelled the end of any prospect of East-West diplomacy. On a deeper level, it symbolized a period of transition, as the Soviet Union became aware of the futility of an arms race while its aging leadership was facing issues of succession. Hiding complexity behind a veneer of simplicity, Reagan also put forward a vision of reconciliation with the Soviet Union beyond what Nixon would ever have been willing to articulate. Reagan was convinced that communist intransigence was based more on ignorance than on ill will, more on misunderstanding than on hostility. Unlike Nixon, who thought that a calculation of self-interest could bring about accommodation between the United States and the Soviet Union, Reagan believed the conflict was likely to end with the realization by the adversary of the superiority of American principles. In 1984, on the appointment of the Communist Party veteran Konstantin Chernenko as top Soviet leader, Reagan confided to his diary, "I have a gut feeling I'd like to talk to him about our problems man to man and see if I could convince him there would be a material benefit to the Soviets if they'd join the family of nations, etc." When Mikhail Gorbachev succeeded Chernenko 1 year later, Reagan's optimism mounted. He told associates of his dream to escort the new Soviet leader on a tour of a working-class American neighborhood. As a biographer recounted, Reagan envisioned that the helicopter would descend, and Reagan would invite Gorbachev to knock on doors and ask the residents what they think of our system. The workers would tell him how wonderful it was to live in America. All this would persuade the Soviet Union to join the global move toward democracy, and this in turn would produce peace, because governments which rest upon the consent of the governed do not wage war on their neighbors, a core principle of Wilson's view of international order. Applying his vision to the control of nuclear weapons, Reagan, at the Reykjavik summit with Gorbachev in 1986, proposed to eliminate all nuclear delivery systems while retaining and building up anti-missile systems. Such an outcome would achieve one of Reagan's oft-proclaimed goals to eliminate the prospect of nuclear war, by doing away with the offensive capability for it and containing violators of the agreement by missile defense systems. The idea went beyond the scope of Gorbachev's imagination, which is why he bargained strenuously over a niggling reservation about confining missile defense system tests to the laboratory. The proposal to eliminate nuclear delivery systems was in any event beyond practicality in that it would have been bitterly opposed by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and French President François Mitterrand, who were convinced that Europe could not be defended without nuclear weapons and who treated their independent deterrence as an ultimate insurance policy. Years later, I asked the Soviet ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin why the Soviets had not offered a compromise on the testing issue. He replied, "Because it never occurred to us that Reagan would simply walk out." Gorbachev sought to counter Reagan's vision with the concept of Soviet reform. But by the 1980s, a balance of forces, which Soviet leaders had never tired of invoking over the decades of their rule, had turned against them. For decades of imperial expansion in all directions could not be sustained on the basis of an unworkable economic model. The United States, despite its divisions and vacillations, had preserved the essential elements of a situation of strength. Over 2 generations it had built an informal anti-Soviet coalition of every other major industrial center, and most of the developing world. Gorbachev realized that the Soviet Union could not sustain its prevailing course, but he underestimated the fragility of the Soviet system. His calls for reform, glasnost, publicity, and perestroika, restructuring, unleashed forces too disorganized for genuine reform and too demoralized to continue totalitarian leadership, much as Kennan had predicted half a century earlier. Reagan's idealistic commitment to democracy alone could not have produced such an outcome. Strong defense and economic policies, a shrewd analysis of Soviet weaknesses, and an unusually favorable alignment of external circumstances all played a role in the success of his policies. Yet without Reagan's idealism, bordering sometimes on a repudiation of history, the end of the Soviet challenge could not have occurred amidst such a global affirmation of a democratic future. 40 years earlier and for the decades since, it was thought that the principal obstacle to a peaceful world order was the Soviet Union. The corollary was that the collapse of communism, imagined, if at all, in some distant future, would bring with it an era of stability and goodwill. It soon became apparent that history generally operates in longer cycles. Before a new international order could be constructed, it was necessary to deal with the debris of the Cold War. This task fell to George H. W. Bush, who managed America's predominance with moderation and wisdom. Patrician in upbringing in Connecticut, yet choosing to make his fortune in Texas, the more elemental, entrepreneurial part of the United States, and with wide experience in all levels of government, Bush dealt with great skill with a stunning succession of crises testing both the application of America's values and the reach of its vast power. Within months of his taking office, the Tiananmen upheaval in China challenged America's basic values, but also the importance for the global equilibrium of preserving the U.S.-China relationship. Having been head of the American Liaison Office in Beijing, before the establishment of formal relations, Bush navigated in a manner that maintained America's principles while retaining the prospect of ultimate cooperation. He managed the unification of Germany, heretofore considered a probable cause of war, by a skillful diplomacy facilitated by his decision not to exploit Soviet embarrassment at the collapse of its empire. In that spirit, when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, Bush rejected all proposals to fly to Berlin to celebrate this demonstration of the collapse of Soviet policy. The adroit manner in which Bush brought the Cold War to a close obscured the domestic disputes through which the U.S. effort had been sustained, and which would characterize the challenges of the next stage. As the Cold War receded, the American consensus held that the main work of conversion had been achieved. A peaceful world order would now unfold, so long as the democracies took care to assist in the final wave of democratic transformations in countries still under authoritarian rule. The ultimate Wilsonian vision would be fulfilled. Free political and economic institutions would spread and eventually submerge outdated antagonisms in a broader harmony. In that spirit, Bush defeated Iraqi aggression in Kuwait during the First Gulf War by forging a coalition of the willing through the UN, the first joint action involving great powers since the Korean War. He stopped military operations when the limit that had been authorized by UN resolutions had been reached. Perhaps, as former ambassador to the UN, he sought to apply the lesson of General MacArthur's decision to cross the dividing line between the two Koreas, after his victory at Incheon. For a brief period, the global consensus behind the American-led defeat of Saddam Hussein's military conquest of Kuwait in 1991 seemed to vindicate the perennial American hope for a rules-based international order. In Prague in November 1990, Bush invoked a Commonwealth of Freedom, which would be governed by the rule of law. It would be a moral community united in its dedication to free ideals. Membership in this Commonwealth would be open to all. It might someday become universal. As such, the great and growing strength of the Commonwealth of Freedom would forge for all nations a new world order far more stable and secure than any we have known. The United States and its allies would move beyond containment and to a policy of active engagement. Bush's term was cut short by electoral defeat in 1992, in some sense because he ran as a foreign policy president while his opponent, Bill Clinton, appealed to a war-weary public, promising to focus on America's domestic agenda. Nonetheless, the newly elected president rapidly reasserted a foreign policy vocation comparable to that of Bush. Clinton expressed the confidence of the era when, in a 1993 address to the Union General Assembly, he described his foreign policy concept as not containment but enlargement. "Our overriding purpose," he announced, "must be to expand and strengthen the world's community of market-based democracies." In this view, because the principles of political and economic liberty were universal, from Poland to Eritrea, from Guatemala to South Korea, their spread would require no force. Describing an enterprise consisting of enabling an inevitable historical evolution, Clinton pledged that American policy would aspire to a world of thriving democracies that cooperate with each other and live in peace. When Secretary of State Warren Christopher attempted to apply the enlargement theory to the People's Republic of China, by making economic ties conditional on modifications within the Chinese system, he encountered a sharp rebuff. The Chinese leaders insisted that relations with the United States could only be conducted on a geostrategic basis, not, as had been proposed, on the basis of China's progress toward political liberalization. By the third year of his presidency, the Clinton approach to world order reverted to less insistent practice. Meanwhile, the enlargement concept encountered a much more militant adversary. Jihadism sought to spread its message and assaulted Western values and institutions, particularly those of the United States, as the principal obstacle. A few months before Clinton's General Assembly speech, an international group of extremists, including one American citizen, bombed the World Trade Center in New York City. Their secondary target, had the first been thwarted, was the United Nations Secretariat building. The Westphalian concept of the state and international law, because it was based on rules not explicitly prescribed in the Quran, was an abomination to this movement. Similarly objectionable was democracy for its capacity to legislate separately from Sharia law. America, in the view of the jihadist forces, was an oppressor of Muslims seeking to implement their own universal mission. The challenge broke into the open with the attacks on New York and Washington on September 11, 2001. In the Middle East, at least, the end of the Cold War ushered in not a hoped-for time of democratic consensus but a new age of ideological and military confrontation. The Afghanistan and Iraq Wars. After an anguishing discussion of the lessons of Vietnam, equally intense dilemmas recapitulated themselves 3 decades later with wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Both conflicts had their origins in a breakdown of international order. For America, both ended in withdrawal. Afghanistan. Al-Qaeda, having issued a fatwa in 1998 calling for the indiscriminate killing of Americans and Jews everywhere, enjoyed a sanctuary in Afghanistan, whose governing authorities, the Taliban, refused to expel the group's leadership and fighters. An American response to the attack on American territory was inevitable and widely so understood around the world. A new challenge opened up almost immediately: how to establish international order when the principal adversaries are non-state organizations that defend no specific territory and reject established principles of legitimacy. The Afghan War began on a note of national unanimity and international consensus. Prospects for a rules-based international order seemed vindicated when NATO, for the first time in its history, applied Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, stipulating that an armed attack against one or more NATO ally in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against them all. 9 days after the September 11th attacks, President George W. Bush dispatched an ultimatum to the Taliban authorities of Afghanistan, then harboring al-Qaeda. Deliver to United States authorities all the leaders of al-Qaeda who hide in your land. Give the United States full access to terrorist training camps, so we can make sure they are no longer operating. When the Taliban failed to comply, the United States and its allies launched a war whose aims Bush described, on October 7, in similarly limited terms. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations, and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime. Initial warnings about Afghanistan's history as the graveyard of empires appeared unfounded. After a rapid effort led by American, British, and Allied Afghan forces, the Taliban were deposed from power. In December 2001, an international conference in Bonn, Germany, proclaimed a provisional Afghan government with Hamid Karzai as its head and set up a process for convening a Loya Jirga, a traditional tribal council, to design and ratify post-war Afghan institutions. The Allied war aim seemed achieved. The participants in the Bonn negotiations optimistically asserted a vast vision: the establishment of a broad-based, gender-sensitive, multi-ethnic and fully representative government. In 2003, a UN Security Council resolution authorized the expansion of the NATO International Security Assistance Force to support the Afghan Transitional Authority and its successors in the maintenance of security in areas of Afghanistan, outside of Kabul and its environs, so that the Afghan authorities as well as the personnel of the United Nations can operate in a secure environment. The central premise of the American and Allied effort became rebuilding Afghanistan by means of a democratic, pluralistic, transparent Afghan government whose writ ran across the entire country, and an Afghan national army capable of assuming responsibility for security on a national basis. With a striking idealism, these efforts were imagined to be comparable to the construction of democracy in Germany and Japan after World War II. No institutions in the history of Afghanistan or of any part of it provided a precedent for such a broad-based effort. Traditionally, Afghanistan has been less a state in the conventional sense than a geographic expression for an area never brought under the consistent administration of any single authority. For most of recorded history, Afghan tribes and sects have been at war with each other, briefly uniting to resist invasion or to launch marauding raids against their neighbors. Elites in Kabul might undertake periodic experiments with parliamentary institutions, but outside the capital an ancient tribal code of honor predominated. Unification of Afghanistan has been achieved by foreigners only unintentionally, when the tribes and sects coalesce in opposition to an invader. Thus, what American and NATO forces met in the early 21st century was not radically different from the scene encountered by a young Winston Churchill in 1897. Except at harvest time, when self-preservation enjoins a temporary truce, the Pashtun tribes are always engaged in private or public war. Every man is a warrior, a politician, and a theologian. Every large house is a real feudal fortress. Every village has its defense. Every family cultivates its vendetta, every clan, its feud. The numerous tribes and combinations of tribes all have their accounts to settle with one another. Nothing is ever forgotten, and very few debts are left unpaid. In this context, the proclaimed coalition and UN goals of a transparent, democratic Afghan central government operating in a secure environment amounted to a radical reinvention of Afghan history. It effectively elevated one clan above all others, Hamid Karzai's Pashtun Popalzai tribe, and required it to establish itself across the country either through force, its own or that of the international coalition, or through distribution of the spoils of foreign aid, or both. Inevitably, the efforts required to impose such institutions trampled on age-old prerogatives, reshuffling the kaleidoscope of tribal alliances in ways that were difficult for any outside force to understand or control. The American election of 2008 compounded complexity with ambivalence. The new president, Barack Obama, had campaigned on the proposition that he would restore to the unnecessary war in Afghanistan the forces drained by the dumb war in Iraq, which he intended to end. But in office, he was determined to bring about a peacetime focus on transformational domestic priorities. The outcome was a re-emergence of the ambivalence that has accompanied American military campaigns in the post-World War II period, the dispatch of 30,000 additional troops for a surge in Afghanistan coupled, in the same announcement, with a public deadline of 18 months for the beginning of their withdrawal. The purpose of the deadline, it was argued, was to provide an incentive to the Karzai government to accelerate its effort to build a modern central government and army, to replace Americans. Yet, in essence, the objective of a guerrilla strategy like the Taliban's is to outlast the defending forces. For the Kabul leadership, the announcement of a fixed date for losing its outside support set off a process of factional maneuvering, including with the Taliban. The strides made by Afghanistan during this period have been significant and hard-won. The population has adopted electoral institutions with no little daring, because the Taliban continues to threaten death to those participating in democratic structures. The United States also succeeded in its objective of locating and eliminating Osama bin Laden, sending a powerful message about the country's global reach and determination to avenge atrocities. Nevertheless, the regional prospects remain challenging. In the period following the American withdrawal, imminent as of this writing, the writ of the Afghan government is likely to run in Kabul and its environs but not uniformly in the rest of the country. There a confederation of semi-autonomous, feudal regions is likely to prevail on an ethnic basis, influenced substantially by competing foreign powers. The challenge will return to where it began, the compatibility of an independent Afghanistan with a regional political order. Afghanistan's neighbors should have at least as much of a national interest as the United States, and, in the long run, a far greater one, in defining and bringing about a coherent, non-jihadist outcome in Afghanistan. Each of Afghanistan's neighbors would risk turmoil within its own borders if Afghanistan returns to its pre-war status, as a base for jihadist non-state organizations or as a state dedicated to jihadist policies, Pakistan above all in its entire domestic structure, Russia in its partly Muslim south and west, China with a significantly Muslim Xinjiang, and even Shiite Iran from fundamentalist Sunni trends. All of them, from a strategic point of view, are more threatened by an Afghanistan hospitable to terrorism than the United States is, except perhaps Iran, which may calculate, as it has in Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq, that a chaotic situation beyond its borders enables it to manipulate the contending factions. The ultimate irony may be that Afghanistan, torn by war, may be a test case of whether a regional order can be distilled from divergent security interests and historical perspectives, without a sustainable international program regarding Afghanistan's security. Each major neighbor will support rival factions across ancient ethnic and sectarian lines. The likely outcome would be a de facto partition, with Pakistan controlling the Pashtun South, and India, Russia, and perhaps China favoring the ethnically mixed North. To avoid a vacuum, A major diplomatic effort is needed to define a regional order to deal with the possible re-emergence of Afghanistan as a jihadist center. In the 19th century, the major powers guaranteed Belgian neutrality, a guarantee that, in the event, lasted nearly 100 years. Is an equivalent, with appropriate redefinitions, possible? If such a concept, or a comparable one, is evaded, Afghanistan is likely to drag the world back into its perennial warfare. Iraq. In the wake of the 9/11 attacks, President George W. Bush articulated a global strategy to counter jihadist extremism and to shore up the established international order, by infusing it with a commitment to democratic transformation. The great struggles of the 20th century, the White House's National Security Strategy of 2002 argued, had demonstrated that there was a single sustainable model for national success, freedom, democracy, and free enterprise. The present moment, the National Security Strategy document stressed, saw a world shocked by an unprecedented terrorist atrocity and the great powers, on the same side, united by common dangers of terrorist violence and chaos. The encouragement of free institutions and cooperative major power relations offered the best chance since the rise of the nation-state in the 17th century to build a world where great powers compete in peace, instead of continually prepare for war. The centerpiece of what came to be called the Freedom Agenda was to be a transformation of Iraq from among the Middle East's most repressive states to a multi-party democracy, which would in turn inspire a regional democratic transformation. Iraqi democracy will succeed, and that success will send forth the news, from Damascus to Tehran, that freedom can be the future of every nation. The Freedom Agenda was not, as was later alleged, the arbitrary invention of a single president and his entourage. Its basic premise was an elaboration of quintessentially American themes. The 2002 National Security Strategy document, which first announced the policy, repeated the arguments of NSC 68 that, in 1950, had defined America's mission in the Cold War, albeit with one decisive difference. The 1950 document had enlisted America's values in defense of the free world. The 2002 document argued for the ending of tyranny everywhere on behalf of universal values of freedom. UN Security Council Resolution 687 of 1991 had required Iraq to destroy all stockpiles of its weapons of mass destruction and commit never to develop such weapons again. 10 Security Council resolutions since then had held Iraq in substantial violation. What was distinctive, and traditionally American, about the military effort in Iraq was the decision to cast this, in effect, enforcement action as an aspect of a project to spread freedom and democracy. America reacted to the mounting tide of radical Islamist universalism by reaffirming the universality of its own values and concept of world order. The basic premise began with significant public support, especially extending to the removal of Saddam Hussein. In 1998, the U.S. Congress passed the Iraq Liberation Act with overwhelming bipartisan support, 360 to 38 in the House and unanimously in the Senate, declaring that it should be the policy of the United States to support efforts to remove the regime headed by Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq, and to promote the emergence of a democratic government to replace that regime. Signing the bill into law on October 31, the same day as its passage in the Senate, President Clinton expressed the consensus of both parties. The United States wants Iraq to rejoin the family of nations as a freedom-loving and law-abiding member. This is in our interest and that of our allies within the region. The United States is providing support to opposition groups from all sectors of the Iraqi community, That could lead to a popularly supported government. Because no political parties were permitted in Iraq except the governing Ba'ath Party, which Saddam Hussein ran with an iron fist, and therefore no formal opposition parties existed, the president's phrase had to mean that the United States would generate a covert program to overthrow the Iraqi dictator. After the military intervention in Iraq, Bush elaborated broader implications in a November 2003 speech marking the 20th anniversary of the National Endowment for Democracy. Bush condemned past U.S. policies in the region for having sought stability at the price of liberty. 60 years of Western nations excusing and accommodating the lack of freedom in the Middle East did nothing to make us safe, because in the long run, stability cannot be purchased at the expense of liberty. In the changed circumstances of the 21st century, traditional policy approaches posed unacceptable risks. The administration was therefore shifting from a policy of stability to a forward strategy of freedom in the Middle East. American experience in Europe and Asia demonstrated that the advance of freedom leads to peace. I supported the decision to undertake regime change in Iraq. I had doubts, expressed in public and governmental forums, about expanding it to nation-building and giving it such universal scope. But before recording my reservations, I want to express here my continuing respect and personal affection for President George W. Bush, who guided America with courage, dignity, and conviction in an unsteady time. His objectives and dedication honored his country even when in some cases they proved unattainable within the American political cycle. It is a symbol of his devotion to the freedom agenda that Bush is now pursuing it in his post-presidential life and made it the key theme of his presidential library in Dallas. Having spent my childhood as a member of a discriminated minority in a totalitarian system and then, as an immigrant to the United States, I have experienced the liberating aspects of American values. Spreading them by example and civil assistance as in the Marshall Plan and economic aid programs is an honored and important part of the American tradition. But to seek to achieve them by military occupation in a part of the world where they had no historical roots, and to expect fundamental change in a politically relevant period of time, the standards set by many supporters and critics of the Iraq effort alike, proved beyond what the American public would support and what Iraqi society could accommodate. Given the ethnic divisions in Iraq and the millennial conflict between Sunni and Shia, the dividing line of which ran through the center of Baghdad, the attempt to reverse historical legacies under combat conditions, amidst divisive American domestic debates, imbued the American endeavor in Iraq with a Sisyphean quality. The determined opposition of neighboring regimes compounded the difficulties. It became an endless effort, always just short of success. Implementing a pluralist democracy in place of Saddam Hussein's brutal rule proved infinitely more difficult than the overthrow of the dictator. The Shias, long disenfranchised and hardened by decades of oppression under Hussein, tended to equate democracy with a ratification of their numeric dominance. The Sunnis treated democracy as a foreign plot to repress them. On this basis, most Sunnis boycotted the 2004 elections, instrumental in defining the post-war constitutional order. The Kurds in the north, with memories of murderous onslaughts by Baghdad, enhanced their separate military capabilities and strove for control of oil fields to provide themselves with revenue, not dependent on the national treasury. They defined autonomy in terms minutely different, if at all, from national independence. Passions, already high in an atmosphere of revolution and foreign occupation, were ruthlessly inflamed and exploited after 2003 by outside forces, Iran, which backed Shia groups subverting the nascent government's independence, Syria, which abetted the transfer of arms and jihadists through its territory, ultimately with devastating consequences for its own cohesion, and al-Qaeda, which began a campaign of systematic slaughter against the Shias. Each community increasingly treated the post-war order as a zero-sum battle for power, territory, and oil revenues. In this atmosphere, Bush's courageous January 2007 decision to deploy a surge of additional troops to quell violence was met with a non-binding resolution of disapproval, supported by 246 members of the House, though it failed on procedural grounds in the Senate. 56 senators joined in opposition to the surge. The Senate Majority Leader soon declared that this war is lost and the surge is not accomplishing anything. The same month, the House and the Senate passed bills, vetoed by the President, mandating that American withdrawal start within a year. Bush, it has been reported, closed a 2007 planning session with the question, "If we're not there to win, why are we there?" The remark embodied the resoluteness of the president's character, as well as the tragedy of a country whose people have been prepared for more than half a century to send its sons and daughters to remote corners of the world in defense of freedom, but whose political system has not been able to muster the same unified and persistent purpose. For while the surge, daringly ordered by Bush and brilliantly executed by General David Petraeus, succeeded in wresting an honorable outcome from looming collapse, the American mood had shifted by this point. Barack Obama won the Democratic nomination in part on the strength of his opposition to the Iraq War. On taking office, he continued his public critiques of his predecessor, and undertook an exit strategy, with greater emphasis on exit than on strategy. As of this writing, Iraq functions as a central battlefield in an unfolding regional sectarian contest, its government leaning toward Iran, elements of its Sunni population in military opposition to the government, members of both sides of its sectarian divide supporting the contending jihadist efforts in Syria, and the terrorist group ISIL attempting to build a caliphate across half of its territory. The issue transcends political debates about its antecedents. The consolidation of a jihadist entity at the heart of the Arab world, equipped with substantial captured weaponry and a transnational fighting force, engaged in religious war with radical Iranian and Iraqi Shia groups, calls for a concerted and forceful international response or it will metastasize. A sustained strategic effort by America, the other permanent members of the Security Council, and potentially its regional adversaries will be needed. The purpose and the possible. The nature of the international order was at issue when the Soviet Union emerged as a challenge to the Westphalian state system. With decades of hindsight, one can debate whether the balance sought by America was always the optimum. But it is hard to gainsay that the United States, in a world of weapons of mass destruction and political and social upheaval, preserved the peace, helped restore Europe's vitality, and provided crucial economic aid to emerging countries. It was in the conduct of its hot wars that America found it difficult to relate purpose to possibility. In only one of the 5 wars America fought after World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the First Gulf War, Iraq, and Afghanistan, the First Gulf War under President George H.W. Bush, did America achieve the goals it had put forward for entering it without intense domestic division. When the outcomes of the other conflicts, ranging from stalemate to unilateral withdrawal, became foreordained is a subject for another debate. For present purposes, it is sufficient to state that a country that has to play an indispensable role in the search for world order needs to begin that task by coming to terms with that role and with itself. The essence of historical events is rarely fully apparent to those living through them. The Iraq War may be seen as a catalyzing event in a larger transformation of the region, the fundamental character of which is as yet unknown and awaits the long-term outcome of the Arab Spring, the Iranian nuclear and geopolitical challenge, and the jihadist assault on Iraq and Syria. The advent of electoral politics in Iraq in 2004 almost certainly inspired demands for participatory institutions. Elsewhere in the region, what is yet to be seen is whether they can be combined with a spirit of tolerance and peaceful compromise. As America examines the lessons of its 21st-century wars, it is important to remember that no other major power has brought to its strategic efforts such deeply felt aspirations for human betterment. There is a special character to a nation that proclaims as war aims not only to punish its enemies but to improve the lives of their people, that has sought victory not in domination but in sharing the fruits of liberty. America would not be true to itself if it abandoned this essential idealism. Nor would it reassure friends, or win over adversaries, by setting aside such a core aspect of its national experience. But to be effective, these aspirational aspects of policy must be paired with an unsentimental analysis of underlying factors, including the cultural and geopolitical configuration of other regions and the dedication and resourcefulness of adversaries opposing American interests and values. America's moral aspirations need to be combined with an approach that takes into account the strategic element of policy in terms the American people can support and sustain through multiple political cycles. Former Secretary of State George Shultz has articulated the American ambivalence wisely. Americans, being a moral people, want their foreign policy to reflect the values we espouse as a nation. But Americans, being a practical people, also want their foreign policy to be effective. The American domestic debate is frequently described as a contest between idealism and realism. It may turn out, for America and the rest of the world, that if America cannot act in both modes, it will not be able to fulfill either. World Order. Henry Kissinger. Reflections on the Character of Nations and the Course of History. Chapter 9, Technology, Equilibrium, and Human Consciousness. 1. World Order in the Nuclear Age. 2. The Challenge of Nuclear Proliferation. 3. Cyber Technology and World Order. 4. The Human Factor. 5. Foreign Policy in the Digital Era. Chapter 9. Technology, Equilibrium, and Human Consciousness. Every age has its leitmotif, a set of beliefs that explains the universe, that inspires or consoles the individual by providing an explanation for the multiplicity of events impinging on him. In the medieval period, it was religion; in the Enlightenment, it was reason; in the 19th and 20th centuries, it was nationalism combined with a view of history as a motivating force. Science and technology are the governing concepts of our age. They have brought about advances in human well-being unprecedented in history. Their evolution transcends traditional cultural constraints. Yet they have also produced weapons capable of destroying mankind. Technology has brought about a means of communication permitting instantaneous contact between individuals or institutions in every part of the globe, as well as the storage and retrieval of vast quantities of information at the touch of a button. Yet by what purposes is this technology informed? What happens to international order if technology has become such a part of everyday life that it defines its own universe as the sole relevant one? Is the destructiveness of modern weapons technology so vast that a common fear may unite mankind in order to eliminate the scourge of war? Or will possession of these weapons create a permanent foreboding? Will the rapidity and scope of communication break down barriers between societies and individuals and provide transparency of such magnitude that the age-old dreams of a human community will come into being? Or will the opposite happen? Will mankind, amidst weapons of mass destruction, networked transparency, and the absence of privacy, propel itself into a world without limits or order, careening through crises without comprehending them? The author claims no competence in the more advanced forms of technology. His concern is with its implications. World order in the nuclear age. Since history began to be recorded, political units, whether described as states or not, had at their disposal war as the ultimate recourse. Yet the technology that made war possible also limited its scope. The most powerful and well-equipped states could only project force over limited distances, in certain quantities, and against so many targets. Ambitious leaders were constrained, both by convention and by the state of communications technology. Radical courses of action were inhibited by the pace at which they unfolded. Diplomatic instructions were obliged to take into account contingencies that might occur in the time in which a message could make a round trip. This imposed a built-in pause for reflection and acknowledged a distinction between what leaders could and could not control. Whether a balance of power between states operated as a formal principle or was simply practiced without theoretical elaboration, equilibrium of some kind was an essential component of any international order, either at the periphery, as with the Roman and Chinese empires, or as a core operating principle, as in Europe. With the Industrial Revolution, the pace of change quickened, and the power projected by modern militaries grew more devastating. When the technological gap was great, even rudimentary technology, by present standards, could be genocidal in effect. European technology and European diseases did much to wipe out existing civilizations in the Americas. With the promise of new efficiencies came new potentials for destruction, as the impact of mass conscription multiplied the compounding effect of technology. The advent of nuclear weapons brought this process to a culmination. In World War II, scientists from the major powers labored to achieve mastery of the atom and with it the ability to release its energy. The American effort, known as the Manhattan Project and drawing on the best minds from the United States, Britain, and the European diaspora, prevailed. After the first successful atomic test in July 1945 in the deserts of New Mexico, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the theoretical physicist who headed the secret weapons development effort, awed by his triumph, recalled a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." In earlier periods, wars had an implicit calculus: the benefits of victory outweighed its cost, and the weaker fought to impose such costs on the stronger as to disturb this equation. Alliances were formed to augment power, to leave no doubt about the alignment of forces, to define the casus belli, insofar as the removal of doubt about ultimate intentions is possible in a society of sovereign states. The penalties of military conflict were considered less than the penalties of defeat. By contrast, the nuclear age based itself on a weapon whose use would impose costs out of proportion to any conceivable benefit. The nuclear age posed the dilemma of how to bring the destructiveness of modern weapons into some moral or political relationship with the objectives that were being pursued. Prospects for any kind of international order, indeed, for human survival, now urgently required the amelioration, if not elimination, of major power conflict. A theoretical limit was sought, short of the point of either superpower using the entirety of its military capabilities. Strategic stability was defined as a balance in which neither side would use its weapons of mass destruction, because the adversary was always able to inflict an unacceptable level of destruction in retaliation. In a series of seminars at Harvard, Caltech, MIT, and the Rand Corporation, among others, in the 1950s and 1960s, a doctrine of limited use explored confining nuclear weapons to the battlefield or to military targets. All such theoretical efforts failed, whatever limits were imagined, once the threshold to nuclear warfare was crossed. Modern technology overrode observable limits and always enabled the adversary to escalate. Ultimately, strategists on both sides coalesced, at least tacitly, on the concept of a mutual assured destruction as the mechanism of nuclear peace. Based on the premise that both sides possessed a nuclear arsenal capable of surviving an initial assault, the objective was to counterbalance threats sufficiently terrifying that neither side would conceive of actually invoking them. By the end of the 1960s, the prevailing strategic doctrine of each superpower relied on the ability to inflict an unacceptable level of damage on the presumed adversary. What the adversary would consider unacceptable was, of course, unknowable, nor was this judgment communicated. A surreal quality haunted this calculus of deterrence, which relied on illogical equations of scenarios positing a level of the casualties exceeding that suffered in 4 years of world wars and occurring in a matter of days or hours. Because there was no prior experience with the weapons underpinning these threats, deterrence depended in large part on the ability to affect the adversary psychologically. When, in the 1950s, Mao spoke of China's willingness to accept sacrifices of hundreds of millions in a nuclear war, it was widely treated in the West as a symptom of emotional or ideological derangement. It was, in fact, probably the consequence of a sober calculation that to withstand military capacities beyond previous human experience, a country needed to demonstrate a willingness to sacrifice beyond human comprehension. In any case, the shock in Western and Warsaw Pact capitals at these statements ignored that the superpowers' own concepts of deterrence rested on apocalyptic risks. Even if more urbanely expressed, the doctrine of mutual assured destruction relied on the proposition that leaders were acting in the interest of peace by deliberately exposing their civilian populations to the threat of annihilation. Many efforts were undertaken to avoid the dilemma of possessing a huge arsenal that could not be used and whose use could not even plausibly be threatened. Complicated war scenarios were devised. But neither side, to the best of my knowledge, and for some of this period I was in a position to know, ever approached the point of actually using nuclear weapons in a specific crisis between the two superpowers. Except for the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, when a Soviet combat division was initially authorized to use its nuclear weapons to defend itself, neither side approached their use either against each other or in wars against non-nuclear third countries. In this manner, the most fearsome weapons, commanding large shares of each superpower's defense budget, lost their relevance to the actual crises facing leaders. Mutual suicide became the mechanism of international order. When, during the Cold War, the two sides, Washington and Moscow, challenged each other, it was through proxy wars. At the pinnacle of the nuclear era, it was conventional forces that assumed pivotal importance. The military struggles of the time were taking place on the far-flung periphery, Incheon, the Mekong River Delta, Luanda, Iraq, and Afghanistan. The measure of success was effectiveness in supporting local allies in the developing world. In short, the strategic arsenals of the major powers, incommensurable with conceivable political objectives, created an illusion of omnipotence belied by the actual evolution of events. It was in this context that in 1969 President Nixon started formal talks with the Soviets on the limitation of strategic arms, with the acronym SALT. They resulted in a 1972 agreement that established a ceiling for the offensive buildup and limited each superpower's anti-ballistic missile sites to one, in effect turning them into training sites because a full ABM deployment for the United States, under an original Nixon proposal in 1969, would have required 12 sites. The reasoning was that since the U.S. Congress refused to approbate missile defense beyond 2 sites, deterrence needed to be based on mutual assured destruction. For that strategy, the offensive nuclear weapons on each side were sufficient, in fact, more than sufficient, to produce an unacceptable level of casualties. The absence of missile defense would remove any uncertainty from that calculation, guaranteeing mutual deterrence, but also the destruction of the society, should deterrence fail. At the Reykjavik summit in 1986, Reagan reversed the mutual assured destruction approach. He proposed the abolition of all offensive weapons by both sides and the scrapping of the anti-ballistic missile treaty, thereby allowing a defensive system. His intent was to do away with the concept of mutual assured destruction by proscribing offensive systems and keeping defense systems as a hedge against violations. But Gorbachev, believing, mistakenly, that the U.S. missile defense program was well underway while the Soviet Union, lacking an equivalent technological economic base, could not keep up, insisted on maintaining the ABM treaty. The Soviets in effect gave up the race in strategic weapons 3 years later, ending the Cold War. Since then, the number of strategic nuclear offensive warheads has been reduced, first under President George W. Bush and then under President Obama, by agreement with Russia to about 1,500 warheads for each side, approximately 10% of the number of warheads that existed at the high point of the mutual assured destruction strategy. The reduced number is more than enough to implement a mutual assured destruction strategy. The nuclear balance has produced a paradoxical impact on the international order. The historic balance of power had facilitated the Western domination of the then colonial world. By contrast, the nuclear order, the West's own creation, had the opposite effect. The margin of military superiority of advanced countries over the developing countries has been incomparably larger than at any previous period in history. But because so much of their military effort has been devoted to nuclear weapons, whose use in anything but the gravest crisis was implicitly discounted, regional powers could redress the overall military balance by a strategy geared to prolonging any war beyond the willingness of the advanced a country's public to sustain it, as France experienced in Algeria and Vietnam, the United States in Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. All except Korea resulted in effect, a unilateral withdrawal by the formerly much stronger power after protracted conflict with conventional forces. Asymmetric warfare operated in the interstices of traditional doctrines of linear operations against an enemy's territory. Guerrilla forces, which defend no territory, could concentrate on inflicting casualties and eroding the public's political will to continue the conflict. In this sense, technological supremacy turned into geopolitical impotence. The challenge of nuclear proliferation. With the end of the Cold War, the threat of nuclear war between the existing nuclear superpowers has essentially disappeared. But the spread of technology, especially the technology to produce peaceful nuclear energy, has vastly increased the feasibility of acquiring a nuclear weapons capability. The sharpening of ideological dividing lines and the persistence of unresolved regional conflicts have magnified the incentives to acquire nuclear weapons, including for rogue states or non-state actors. The calculations of mutual insecurity that produced restraint during the Cold War do not apply with anything like the same degree, if at all, to the new entrants in the nuclear field, and even less so to the non-state actors. Proliferation of nuclear weapons has become an overarching strategic problem for the contemporary international order. In response to these perils, the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom negotiated a Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, and opened it for signature in 1968. It proposed to prevent any further spread of nuclear weapons. The United States, the USSR, and the UK signed in 1968, and France and China signed in 1992. Non-nuclear weapons states were to be given assistance by the nuclear states in the peaceful utilization of nuclear technology, provided they accepted safeguards to guarantee their nuclear programs remained purely non-military endeavors. At this writing, there are 189 signatories of the Non-Proliferation Agreement. Yet the global non-proliferation regime has had difficulty embedding itself as a true international norm. Assailed by some as a form of nuclear apartheid, and treated by many states as a rich country fixation, the NPT's restrictions have often functioned as a set of aspirations that countries must be cajoled to implement rather than as a binding legal obligation. Illicit progress toward nuclear weapons has proved difficult to discover and resist, for its initial steps are identical with the development of peaceful uses of nuclear energy specifically authorized by the NPT. The treaty proscribed but did not prevent signatories such as Libya, Syria, Iraq, and Iran from maintaining covert nuclear programs in violation of NPT safeguards or, in the case of North Korea, withdrawing from the NPT in 2003 and testing and proliferating nuclear technology without international control. Where a state has violated or repudiated the terms of the NPT, hovered on the edge of compliance, or simply declined to recognize the legitimacy of non-proliferation as an international norm, there exists no defined international mechanism for enforcing it. So far, preemptive action has been taken by the United States only against Iraq, a contributing motive for the war against Saddam Hussein, and by Israel against Iraq and Syria. The Soviet Union considered it against China in the 1960s, though ultimately refrained. The non-proliferation regime has scored a few significant successes in bringing about the negotiated dismantlement of nuclear programs. South Africa, Brazil, Argentina, and several post-Soviet republics have abandoned nuclear weapons programs that had either come to fruition or made significant technical progress. At the same time, since the end of the American monopoly in 1949, nuclear weapons have been acquired by the Soviet Union/Russia, Britain, France, Israel, China, India, Pakistan, North Korea, and at a threshold level by Iran. Moreover, Pakistan and North Korea have proliferated their nuclear know-how widely. Proliferation has had an impact on the nuclear equilibrium in a differential way, depending on the perceived willingness of the new nuclear country to use its weapons. British and French nuclear capabilities add to the NATO arsenal only marginally. They are conceived primarily as a last resort, as a safety net in case of abandonment by the United States, if some major power were to threaten British and French perceptions of their basic national interest, or as a means to stay apart from a nuclear war between superpowers, all essentially remote contingencies. The Indian and Pakistani nuclear establishments are, in the first instance, directed against each other, affecting the strategic equilibrium in two ways. The risks of escalation may reduce the likelihood of full-scale conventional war on the subcontinent. But because the weapon systems are so vulnerable and technically so difficult to protect against short-range attack, The temptation for preemption is inherent in the technology, especially in situations when emotions are already running high. In short, proliferation generates the classic nuclear dilemma. Even when nuclear weapons reduce the likelihood of war, they would gigantically magnify its ferocity were war to occur. India's nuclear relations with China are likely to approximate the deterrent posture that existed between the adversaries in the Cold War, that is, they will tend toward preventing their use. Pakistan's nuclear establishment impinges on wider regional and global issues. Abutting the Middle East and with a significant domestic Islamist presence at home, Pakistan has occasionally hinted at the role of nuclear protector or of nuclear armorer. The impact of the proliferation of nuclear weapons to Iran would compound all these issues, as discussed in Chapter 4. Over time, the continued proliferation of nuclear weapons will affect even the overall nuclear balance between the nuclear superpowers. Leaders of the established nuclear powers are obliged to prepare for the worst contingency. This involves the possibility of nuclear threats posed not only by the other superpower but also by proliferating countries. Their arsenals will reflect the conviction that they need, beyond deterrence of the principal potential adversary, a residual force to cope with the proliferated part of the rest of the world. If each major nuclear power calculates in this manner, proliferation will impel a proportional increase in these residual forces, straining or exceeding existing limits. Further, these overlapping nuclear balances will grow more complicated as proliferation proceeds. The relatively stable nuclear order of the Cold War will be superseded by an international order, in which projection by a state possessing nuclear weapons of an image of a willingness to take apocalyptic decisions may offer it a perverse advantage over rivals. To provide themselves a safety net against nuclear superpowers, even countries with nuclear capabilities have an incentive to nestle under the tacit or overt support of a superpower. Examples are Israel, the European nuclear forces, Japan with its threshold nuclear capability, other proliferating or near-proliferating states in the Middle East. So it may transpire that the proliferation of weapons will lead to alliance systems comparable in their rigidity to the alliances that led to World War I, though far exceeding them in global reach and destructive power. A particularly serious imbalance may arise if a proliferated country approaches the military offensive capability of the two nuclear superpowers, a task which for both China and India seems attainable. Any major nuclear country, if it succeeds in staying out of a nuclear conflict between the others, would emerge as potentially dominant. In a multipolar nuclear world, that too could occur if such a country aligns with one of the superpowers because the combined forces might then have a strategic advantage. The rough nuclear balance that exists between current superpowers may then tilt away from strategic stability. The lower the agreed level of offensive forces between Russia and the United States, the more this will be true. Any further spread of nuclear weapons multiplies the possibilities of nuclear confrontation. It magnifies the danger of diversion, deliberate or unauthorized. It will eventually affect the balance between nuclear superpowers. And as the development of nuclear weapons spreads into Iran and continues in North Korea, in defiance of all ongoing negotiations, the incentives for other countries to follow the same path could become overwhelming. In the face of these trends, the United States needs to constantly review its own technology. During the Cold War, nuclear technology was broadly recognized as the forefront of American scientific achievements, a frontier of knowledge then posing the most important and strategic challenges. Now the best technical minds are encouraged to devote efforts instead to projects seen as more publicly relevant. Perhaps partly as a result, Inhibitions on the elaboration of nuclear technology are treated as inexorable even as proliferating countries arm, and other countries enhance their technology. The United States must remain at the frontier of nuclear technology, even while it negotiates about restraint in its use. From the perspective of the past half-century's absence of a major power conflict, it could be argued that nuclear weapons have made the world less prone to war. But the decrease in the number of wars has been accompanied by a vast increase in violence carried out by non-state groups or by states, under some label other than war. A combination of extraordinary risk and ideological radicalism has opened up the possibilities for asymmetric war, and for challenges by non-state groups that undermine long-term restraint. Perhaps the most important challenge to the established nuclear powers is for them to determine their reaction if nuclear weapons were actually used by proliferating countries against each other. First, what must be done to prevent the use of nuclear weapons beyond existing agreements? If they should nonetheless be used, what immediate steps must be taken to stop such a war? How can the human and social damage be addressed? What can be done to prevent retaliatory escalation while still upholding the validity of deterrence and imposing appropriate consequences, should deterrence fail? The march of technological progress must not obscure the fearsomeness of the capabilities humanity has invented, and the relative fragility of the balances restraining their use. Nuclear weapons must not be permitted to turn into conventional arms. At that juncture, international order will require an understanding between the existing major nuclear countries to insist on non-proliferation, or order will be imposed by the calamities of nuclear war. Cyber technology and world order. For most of history, technological change unfolded over decades and centuries of incremental advances that refined and combined existing technologies. Even radical innovations could over time be fitted within previous tactical and strategic doctrines. Tanks were considered in terms of precedents drawn from centuries of cavalry warfare. Airplanes could be conceptualized as another form of artillery, battleships as mobile forts, and aircraft carriers as airstrips. For all their magnification of destructive power, even nuclear weapons are in some respects an extrapolation from previous experience. What is new in the present era is the rate of change of computing power and the expansion of information technology into every sphere of existence. Reflecting in the 1960s on his experiences as an engineer at the Intel Corporation, Gordon Moore concluded that the trend he had observed would continue at regular intervals to double the capacity of computer processing units every 2 years. Moore's law has proved astoundingly prophetic. Computers have shrunk in size, declined in cost, and grown exponentially faster to the point where advanced computer processing units can now be embedded in almost any object: phones, watches, cars, home appliances, weapons systems, unmanned aircraft, and the human body itself. The revolution in computing is the first to bring so many individuals and processes into the same medium of communication, and to translate and track their actions in a single technological language. Cyberspace, a word coined, at that point as an essentially hypothetical concept, only in the 1980s, has colonized physical space and, at least in major urban centers, is beginning to merge with it. Communication across it, and between its exponentially proliferating nodes, is near instantaneous. As tasks that were primarily manual or paper-based a generation ago, reading, shopping, education, friendship, industrial and scientific research, political campaigns, finance, government record-keeping, surveillance, military strategy, are filtered through the computing realm, human activity becomes increasingly datafied, and part of a single, quantifiable, analyzable system. This is all the more so as, with the number of devices connected to the Internet now roughly 10 billion and projected to rise to 50 billion by 2020, an Internet of Things, or an Internet of Everything, looms. Innovators now forecast a world of ubiquitous computing, with miniature data processing devices embedded in everyday objects, smart door locks, toothbrushes, wristwatches, fitness trackers, smoke detectors, surveillance cameras, ovens, toys and robots, or floating through the air, surveying and shaping their environment in the form of smart dust. Each object is to be connected to the Internet and programmed to communicate with a central server or other networked devices. The revolution's effects extend to every level of human organization. Individuals wielding smartphones, and currently an estimated 1 billion people do, now possess information and analytical capabilities beyond the range of many intelligence agencies a generation ago. Corporations aggregating and monitoring the data exchanged by these individuals wield powers of influence and surveillance, exceeding those of many contemporary states and of even more traditional powers. And governments, wary of ceding the new field to rivals, are propelled outward into a cyber realm with as yet few guidelines or restraints. As with any technological innovation, the temptation will be to see this new realm as a field for strategic advantage. These changes have occurred so rapidly as to outstrip most attempts by those without technological expertise to comprehend their broader consequences. They draw humanity into regions hitherto unexplained, indeed unconceived. As a result, many of the most revolutionary technologies and techniques are currently limited in their use only by the capability and the discretion of the most technologically advanced. No government, even the most totalitarian, has been able to arrest the flow or to resist the trend to push ever more of its operations into the digital domain. Most of the democracies have an ingrained instinct that an attempt to curtail the effects of an information revolution would be impossible, and perhaps also immoral. Most of the countries outside the liberal democratic world have set aside attempts to shut out these changes and turned instead to mastering them. Every country, company, and individual is now being enlisted in the technological revolution as either a subject or an object. What matters for the purpose of this book is the effect on prospects for international order. The contemporary world inherits the legacy of nuclear weapons capable of destroying civilized life. But as catastrophic as their implications were, their significance and use could still be analyzed in terms of separable cycles of war and peace. The new technology of the Internet opens up entirely new vistas. Cyberspace challenges all historical experience. It is ubiquitous but not threatening in itself, its menace depends on its use. The threats emerging from cyberspace are nebulous and undefined and may be difficult to attribute. The pervasiveness of networked communications in the social, financial, industrial, and military sectors has vast beneficial aspects. It has also revolutionized vulnerabilities. Outpacing most rules and regulations, and indeed the technical comprehension of many regulators, it has, in some respects, created the state of nature about which philosophers have speculated and the escape from which, according to Hobbes, provided the motivating force for creating a political order. Before the cyber age, nations' capabilities could still be assessed through an amalgam of manpower, equipment, geography, economics, and morale. There was a clear distinction between periods of peace and war. Hostilities were triggered by defined events and carried out with strategies for which some intelligible doctrine had been formulated. Intelligence services played a role mainly in assessing, and occasionally in disrupting, adversaries' capabilities. Their activities were limited by implicit common standards of conduct or, at a minimum, by common experiences evolved over decades. Internet technology has outstripped strategy or doctrine, at least for the time being. In the new era, capabilities exist for which there is as yet no common interpretation, or even understanding. Few if any limits exist among those wielding them to define either explicit or tacit restraints. When individuals of ambiguous affiliation are capable of undertaking actions of increasing ambition and intrusiveness, the very definition of state authority may turn ambiguous. The complexity is compounded by the fact that it is easier to mount cyber attacks than to defend against them, possibly encouraging an offensive bias in the construction of new capabilities. The danger is compounded by the plausible deniability of those suspected of such actions, and by the lack of international agreements for which, even if reached, there is no present system of enforcement. A laptop can produce global consequences. A solitary actor with enough computing power is able to access the cyber domain to disable and potentially destroy critical infrastructure from a position of near-complete anonymity. Electric grids could be surged and power plants disabled through actions undertaken exclusively outside a nation's physical territory, or at least its territory as traditionally conceived. Already, an underground hacker syndicate has proved capable of penetrating government networks and disseminating classified information on a scale sufficient to affect diplomatic conduct. Stuxnet, an example of a state-backed cyber attack, succeeded in disrupting and delaying Iranian nuclear efforts, by some accounts to an extent rivaling the effects of a limited military strike. The botnet attack from Russia on Estonia in 2007 paralyzed communications for days. Such a state of affairs, even if temporarily advantageous to the advanced countries, cannot continue indefinitely. The road to a world order may be long and uncertain, but no meaningful progress can be made if one of the most pervasive elements of international life is excluded from serious dialogue. It is highly improbable that all parties, especially those shaped by different cultural traditions, will arrive independently at the same conclusions about the nature and permissible uses of their new intrusive capacities. Some attempt at charting a common perception of our new condition is essential. In its absence, the parties will continue to operate on the basis of separate intuitions, magnifying the prospects of a chaotic outcome. For actions undertaken in the virtual, networked world are capable of generating pressures for countermeasures in physical reality, especially when they have the potential to inflict damage of a nature previously associated with armed attack. Absent some articulation of limits and agreement on mutual rules of restraint, a crisis situation is likely to arise. Even unintentionally, the very concept of international order may be subject to mounting strains. In other categories of strategic capabilities, governments have come to recognize the self-defeating nature of unconstrained national conduct. The more sustainable course is to pursue, even among potential adversaries, a mixture of deterrence and mutual restraint, coupled with measures to prevent a crisis arising from misinterpretation or miscommunication. Cyberspace has become strategically indispensable. At this writing, users, whether individuals, corporations, or states, rely on their own judgment in conducting their activities. The commander of U.S. Cyber Command has predicted that the next war will begin in cyberspace. It will not be possible to conceive of international order when the region through which states' survival and progress are taking place remains without any international standards of conduct and is left to unilateral decisions. The history of warfare shows that every technological offensive capability will eventually be matched and offset by defensive measures, although not every country will be equally able to afford them. Does this mean that technologically less advanced countries must shelter under the protection of high-tech societies? Is the outcome to be a plethora of tense power balances? Deterrence, which, in the case of nuclear weapons, took the form of balancing destructive powers, cannot be applied by direct analogy, because the biggest danger is an attack without warning that may not reveal itself until the threat has already been implemented. Nor is it possible to base deterrence in cyberspace on symmetrical retaliation, as is the case with nuclear weapons. If a cyber attack is limited to a particular function or extent, a response in kind may have totally different implications for the United States and for the aggressor. For example, if the financial architecture of a major industrialized economy is undermined, is the victim entitled only to counterattack against the potentially negligible comparable assets of its attacker? Or only against the computers engaged in the attack? Because neither of these is likely to be a sufficient deterrent, the question then turns to whether virtual aggression warrants kinetic force in response, and to what degree and by what equations of equivalence. A new world of deterrence theory and strategic doctrine now in its infancy requires urgent elaboration. In the end, a framework for organizing the global cyber environment will be imperative. It may not keep pace with the technology itself, but the process of defining it will serve to educate leaders of its dangers and the consequences. Even if agreements carry little weight in the event of a confrontation, they may at least prevent sliding into an irretrievable conflict produced by misunderstanding. The dilemma of such technologies is that it is impossible to establish rules of conduct, unless a common understanding of at least some of the key capabilities exists. But these are precisely the capabilities the major actors will be reluctant to disclose. The United States has appealed to China for restraint in purloining trade secrets via cyber intrusions, arguing that the scale of activity is unprecedented. Yet to what extent is the United States prepared to disclose its own cyber intelligence efforts? In this manner, asymmetry and a kind of congenital world disorder are built into relations between cyber powers both in diplomacy and in strategy. The emphasis of many strategic rivalries is shifting from the physical to the information realm, in the collection and processing of data, the penetration of networks, and the manipulation of psychology. Absent articulation of some rules of international conduct, a crisis will arise from the inner dynamics of the system. The human factor. From the opening of the modern era in the 16th century, political philosophers have debated the issue of the relationship of the human being to the circumstances in which he finds himself. Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau advanced a biological, psychological portrait of human consciousness and derived their political positions from this starting point. The American founders, notably Madison in Federalist 10, did the same. They traced the evolution of society through factors that were sown in the nature of man, each individual's powerful yet fallible faculty of reason and his inherent self-love, from the interaction of which different opinions will be formed, and humanity's diversity of capabilities, from which the possession of different degrees and kinds of property immediately results, and with them a division of the society into different interests and parties. Though these thinkers differed in their analyses of specific factors and in the conclusions they drew, all framed their concepts in terms of a humanity whose inherent nature and experience of reality were timeless and unchanging. In the contemporary world, human consciousness is shaped through an unprecedented filter. Television, computers, and smartphones compose a trifecta offering nearly constant interaction with a screen throughout the day. Human interactions in the physical world are now pushed relentlessly into the virtual world of networked devices. Recent studies suggest that adult Americans spend on average roughly half of their waking hours in front of a screen, and the figure continues to grow. What is the impact of this cultural upheaval on relations between states? The policymaker undertakes multiple tasks, many of them shaped by his society's history and culture. He must first of all make an analysis of where his society finds itself. This is inherently where the past meets the future, therefore such a judgment cannot be made without an instinct for both of these elements. He must then try to understand where that trajectory will take him and his society. He must resist the temptation to identify policymaking with projecting the familiar into the future, for on that road lies stagnation and then decline. Increasingly in a time of technological and political upheaval, wisdom counsels that a different path must be chosen. By definition, in leading a society from where it is to where it has never been, a new course presents advantages and disadvantages that will always seem closely balanced. To undertake a journey on a road never before traveled requires character and courage, character because the choice is not obvious, courage because the road will be lonely at first. And the statesman must then inspire his people to persist in the endeavor. Great statesmen, Churchill, both Roosevelts, de Gaulle, and Adenauer, had these qualities of vision and determination. In today's society, it is increasingly difficult to develop them. For all the great and indispensable achievements the Internet has brought to our era, its emphasis is on the actual more than the contingent, on the factual rather than the conceptual, on values shaped by consensus rather than by introspection. Knowledge of history and geography is not essential for those who can evoke their data with the touch of a button. The mindset for walking lonely political paths may not be self-evident to those who seek confirmation by hundreds, sometimes thousands of friends on Facebook. In the Internet age, world order has often been equated with the proposition that if people have the ability to freely know and exchange the world's information, the natural human drive toward freedom will take root and fulfill itself, and history will run on autopilot, as it were. But philosophers and poets have long separated the mind's purview into three components: information, knowledge, and wisdom. The Internet focuses on the realm of information, whose spread it facilitates exponentially. Ever more complex functions are devised, particularly capable of responding to questions of fact, which are not themselves altered by the passage of time. Search engines are able to handle increasingly complex questions with increasing speed. Yet a surfeit of information may paradoxically inhibit the acquisition of knowledge and push wisdom even further away than it was before. The poet T.S. Eliot captured this in his Choruses from the Rock. Where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information? Facts are rarely self-explanatory, their significance, analysis, and interpretation, at least in the foreign policy world, depend on context and relevance. As ever more issues are treated as if of a factual nature, the premise becomes established that for every question there must be a researchable answer, that problems and solutions are not so much to be thought through as to be looked up. But in the relations between states, and in many other fields, information, to be truly useful, must be placed within a broader context of history and experience to emerge as actual knowledge. And a society is fortunate if its leaders can occasionally rise to the level of wisdom. The acquisition of knowledge from books provides an experience different from the Internet. Reading is relatively time-consuming. To ease the process, style is important. Because it is not possible to read all books on a given subject, much less the totality of all books, or to organize easily everything one has read, Learning from books places a premium on conceptual thinking, the ability to recognize comparable data and events and project patterns into the future. And style propels the reader into a relationship with the author, or with the subject matter, by fusing substance and aesthetics. Traditionally, another way of acquiring knowledge has been through personal conversations. The discussion and exchange of ideas has for millennia provided an emotional and psychological dimension, in addition to the factual content of the information exchanged. It supplies intangibles of conviction and personality. Now the culture of texting produces a curious reluctance to engage in face-to-face interaction, especially on a one-to-one basis. The computer has, to a considerable extent, solved the problem of acquiring, preserving, and retrieving information. Data can be stored in effectively unlimited quantities and in manageable form. The computer makes available a range of data unattainable in the age of books. It packages it effectively. Style is no longer needed to make it accessible, nor is memorization. In dealing with a single decision separated from its context, the computer supplies tools unimaginable even a decade ago. But it also shrinks perspective. Because information is so accessible and communication instantaneous, there is a diminution of focus on its significance, or even on the definition of what is significant. This dynamic may encourage policymakers to wait for an issue to arise rather than anticipate it, and to regard moments of decision as a series of isolated events rather than part of a historical continuum. When this happens, manipulation of information replaces reflection as the principal policy tool. In the same way, the Internet has a tendency to diminish historical memory. The phenomenon has been described as follows: people forget items they think will be available externally and remember items they think will not be available. By moving so many items into the realm of the available, the Internet reduces the impulse to remember them. Communications technology threatens to diminish the individual's capacity for an inward quest, by increasing his reliance on technology as a facilitator and mediator of thought. Information at one's fingertips encourages the mindset of a researcher but may diminish the mindset of a leader. A shift in human consciousness may change the character of individuals and the nature of their interactions, and so begin to alter the human condition itself. Did people in the age of printing see the same world as their medieval forefathers? Is the optical perception of the world altered in the age of the computer? Western history and psychology have heretofore treated truth as independent of the personality and prior experience of the observer, yet our age is on the verge of a changed conception of the nature of truth. Nearly every website contains some kind of customization function based on Internet tracing codes, designed to ascertain a user's background and preferences. These methods are intended to encourage users to consume more content and, in so doing, be exposed to more advertising, which ultimately drives the Internet economy. These subtle directions are in accordance with a broader trend to manage the traditional understanding of human choice. Goods are sorted and prioritized to present those which you would like, and online news is presented as news which will best suit you. Two different people appealing to a search engine with the same question do not necessarily receive the same answers. The concept of truth is being relativized and individualized, losing its universal character. Information is presented as being free. In fact, the recipient pays for it by supplying data to be exploited by persons unknown to him, in ways that further shape the information being offered to him. Whatever the utility of this approach in the realm of consumption, its effect on policymaking may prove transformative. The difficult choices of policymaking are always close. Where, in a world of ubiquitous social networks, does the individual find the space to develop the fortitude to make decisions that, by definition, cannot be based on a consensus? The adage that prophets are not recognized in their own time is true in that they operate beyond conventional conception. That is what made them prophets. In our era, the lead time for prophets might have disappeared altogether. The pursuit of transparency and connectivity in all aspects of existence, by destroying privacy, inhibits the development of personalities with the strength to take lonely decisions. American elections, especially presidential elections, represent another aspect of this evolution. It has been reported that in 2012 the election campaigns had files on some tens of millions of potentially independent voters. Drawn from research in social networks, open public files, and medical records, these files amounted to a profile for each, probably more precise than the target person would have been capable of doing from his own memory. This permitted the campaigns to choose the technology of their appeals, whether to rely on personal visits by committed friends, also discovered via the internet, personalized letters, drawn from social network research, or group meetings. Presidential campaigns are on the verge of turning into media contests between master operators of the internet. What once had been substantive debates about the content of governance will reduce candidates to being spokesmen for a marketing effort, pursued by methods whose intrusiveness would have been considered only a generation ago the stuff of science fiction. The candidate's main role may become fundraising rather than the elaboration of issues. Is the marketing effort designed to convey the candidate's convictions, or are the convictions expressed by the candidate the reflections of a big data research effort into individuals' likely preferences and prejudices? Can democracy avoid an evolution toward a demagogic outcome based on emotional mass appeal rather than the reasoned process the Founding Fathers imagined? If the gap between the qualities required for election and those essential for the conduct of office becomes too wide, the conceptual grasp and sense of history that should be part of foreign policy may be lost, or else the cultivation of these qualities may take so much of a president's first term in office as to inhibit a leading role for the United States. Foreign policy in the digital era. Thoughtful observers have viewed the globalizing transformations ushered in by the rise of the Internet and advanced computing technology as the beginning of a new era of popular empowerment and progress toward peace. They hail the ability of new technologies to enable the individual and to propel transparency, whether through the publicizing of abuses by authorities or the erosion of cultural barriers of misunderstanding. Optimists point, with some justification, to the startling new powers of communication gained through instantaneous global networks. They stress the ability of computer networks and smart devices to create new social, economic, and environmental efficiencies. They look forward to unlocking previously insoluble technical problems by harnessing the brainpower of networked multitudes. One line of thinking holds that similar principles of networked communication, if applied correctly to the realm of international affairs, could help solve age-old problems of violent conflict. Traditional ethnic and sectarian rivalries may be muted in the Internet age, this theory posits, because people who try to perpetuate myths about religion, culture, ethnicity or anything else will struggle to keep their narratives afloat amid a sea of newly informed listeners. With more data, everyone gains a better frame of reference. It will be possible to temper national rivalries and resolve historical disputes because, with the technological devices, platforms, and databases we have today, it will be much more difficult for governments in the future to argue over claims like these, not just because of permanent evidence but because everyone else will have access to the same source material. In this view, the spread of networked digital devices will become a positive engine of history. New networks of communication will curtail abuses, soften social and political contradictions, and help heretofore disunited parts cohere into a more harmonious global system. The optimism of this perspective replicates the best aspects of Woodrow Wilson's prophecy of a world united by democracy, open diplomacy, and common rules. As a blueprint for political or social order, it also raises some of the same questions as Wilson's original vision about the distinction between the practical and the aspirational. Conflicts within and between societies have occurred since the dawn of civilization. The causes of these conflicts have not been limited to an absence of information or an insufficient ability to share it. They have arisen not only between societies that do not understand each other, but between those that understand each other only too well. Even with the same source material to examine, individuals have disagreed about its meaning or the subjective value of what it depicts. Where values, ideals, or strategic objectives are in fundamental contradiction, exposure and connectivity may on occasion fuel confrontations as much as assuage them. New social and information networks spur growth and creativity. They allow individuals to express views and report injustices that might otherwise go unheeded. In crisis situations, they offer a crucial ability to communicate quickly and to publicize events and policies reliably, potentially preventing the outbreak of a conflict through misunderstanding. Yet they also bring conflicting, occasionally incompatible value systems into ever closer contact. The advent of Internet news and commentary and data-driven election strategies has not noticeably softened the partisan aspect of American politics. If anything, it has provided a larger audience to the extremes. Internationally, some expressions that once passed unknown and unremarked are now publicized worldwide and used as pretexts for violent agitation, as occurred in parts of the Muslim world in reaction to an inflammatory fringe cartoon in a Danish newspaper, or a marginal American homemade movie. Meanwhile, in conflict situations, social networking may serve as a platform to reinforce traditional social fissures as much as it dispels them. The widespread sharing of videotaped atrocities in the Syrian civil war appears to have done more to harden the resolve of the warring parties than to stop the killing, while the notorious ISIL has used social media to declare a caliphate and exhort holy war. Some authoritarian structures may fall as a result of information spread online or protests convened via social networking. They may in time be replaced by more open and participatory systems elaborating humane and inclusive values. Elsewhere, other authorities will gain exponentially more powerful means of repression. The proliferation of ubiquitous sensors tracking and analyzing individuals, recording and transmitting their every experience, in some cases now, essentially from birth, and, at the forefront of computing, anticipating their thoughts opens up repressive as well as liberating possibilities. In this respect, among the new technology's most radical aspects may be the power it vests in small groups, at the pinnacle of political and economic structures, to process and monitor information, shape debate, and to some extent define truth. The West lauded the Facebook and Twitter aspects of the Arab Spring revolutions. Yet where the digitally equipped crowd succeeds in its initial demonstrations, the use of new technology does not guarantee that the values that prevail will be those of the device's inventors, or even those of the majority of the crowd. Moreover, the same technologies used to convene demonstrations can also be used to track and suppress them. Today, most public squares in any major city are subject to constant video surveillance, and any smartphone owner can be tracked electronically in real time. As one recent survey concluded, the Internet has made tracking easier, cheaper, and more useful. The global scope and speed of communication erode the distinction between domestic and international upheavals, and between leaders and the immediate demands of the most vocal groups. Events whose effects once would have taken months to unfold ricochet globally within seconds. Policymakers are expected to have formulated a position within several hours and to interject it into the course of events, where its effects will be broadcast globally by the same instantaneous networks. The temptation to cater to the demands of the digitally reflected multitude may override the judgment required to chart a complex course in harmony with long-term purposes. The distinction between information, knowledge, and wisdom is weakened. The new diplomacy asserts that if a sufficiently large number of people gather to publicly call for the resignation of a government, and broadcast their demands digitally, they constitute a democratic expression obliging Western moral and even material support. This approach calls on Western leaders, and particularly American ones, to communicate their endorsement immediately and in unambiguous terms by the same social networking methods, so that their rejection of the government will be rebroadcast on the Internet and achieve further promulgation and affirmation. If the old diplomacy sometimes failed to extend support to morally deserving political forces, the new diplomacy risks indiscriminate intervention disconnected from strategy. It declares moral absolutes to a global audience before it has become possible to assess the long-term intentions of the central actors, their prospects for success, or the ability to carry out a long-term policy. The motives of the principal groups, their capacity for concerted leadership, the underlying strategic and political factors in the country, and their relation to other strategic priorities, are treated as secondary to the overriding imperative of endorsing a mood of the moment. Order should not have priority over freedom. But the affirmation of freedom should be elevated from a mood to a strategy. In the quest for humane values, the expression of elevated principles is a first step. They must then be carried through the inherent ambiguities and contradictions of all human affairs, which is the task of policy. In this process, the sharing of information and the public support of free institutions are important new aspects of our era. On their own, absent attention to underlying strategic and political factors, they will have difficulty fulfilling their promise. Great statesmen, however different as personalities, almost invariably had an instinctive feeling for the history of their societies. As Edmund Burke wrote, people will not look forward to posterity, who never look backward to their ancestors. What will be the attitudes of those who aspire to be great statesmen in the Internet age? A combination of chronic insecurity and insistent self-assertion threatens both leaders and the public in the Internet age. Leaders, because they are less and less the originators of their programs, seek to dominate by willpower or charisma. The general public's access to the intangibles of the public debate is ever more constrained. Major pieces of legislation in the United States, Europe, and elsewhere often contain thousands of pages of text whose precise meaning is elusive even to those legislators who voted for them. Previous generations of Western leaders performed their democratic role while recognizing that leadership did not consist of simply executing the results of public polls on a day-to-day basis. Tomorrow's generations may prove reluctant to exercise leadership independent of data mining techniques, even as their mastery of the information environment may reward them with re-election for pursuing cleverly targeted, short-term policies. In such an environment, the participants in the public debate risk being driven less by reasoned arguments than by what catches the mood of the moment. The immediate focus is pounded daily into the public consciousness by advocates whose status is generated by the ability to dramatize Participants at public demonstrations are rarely assembled around a specific program. Rather, many seek the uplift of a moment of exaltation, treating their role in the event primarily as participation in an emotional experience. These attitudes reflect in part the complexity of defining an identity in the age of social media. Hailed as a breakthrough in human relations, social media encourage the sharing of the maximum amount of information, personal or political. People are encouraged, and solicited, to post their most intimate acts and thoughts on public websites run by companies whose internal policies are, even when public, largely incomprehensible to the ordinary user. The most sensitive of this information is to be made available only to friends who, in practice, can run into the thousands. Approbation is the goal, were it not the objective. The sharing of personal information would not be so widespread and sometimes so jarring. Only very strong personalities are able to resist the digitally aggregated and magnified unfavorable judgments of their peers. The quest is for consensus, less by the exchange of ideas than by a sharing of emotions. Nor can participants fail to be affected by the exaltation of fulfillment, by membership in a crowd of ostensibly like-minded people. And are these networks going to be the first institutions in human history liberated from occasional abuse, and therefore relieved of the traditional checks and balances? Side by side with the limitless possibilities opened up by the new technologies, reflection about international order must include the internal dangers of societies driven by mass consensus, deprived of the context and foresight needed on terms compatible with their historical character. In every other era, this has been considered the essence of leadership. In our own, it risks being reduced to a series of slogans designed to capture immediate short-term approbation. Foreign policy is in danger of turning into a subdivision of domestic politics instead of an exercise in shaping the future. If the major countries conduct their policies in this manner internally, their relations on the international stage will suffer concomitant distortions. The search for perspective may well be replaced by a hardening of differences, statesmanship by posturing. As diplomacy is transformed into gestures geared toward passions, the search for equilibrium risks giving way to a testing of limits. Wisdom and foresight will be needed to avoid these hazards and ensure that the technological era fulfills its vast promise. It needs to deepen its preoccupation with the immediate through a better understanding of history and geography. That task is not only, or even primarily, an issue for technology. Society needs to adapt its education policy to ultimate imperatives in the long-term direction of the country, and in the cultivation of its values. The inventors of the devices that have so revolutionized the collection and sharing of information can make an equal, if not greater contribution by devising means to deepen its conceptual foundation. On the way to the first truly global world order, the great human achievements of technology must be fused with enhanced powers of humane, transcendent, and moral judgment. World Order. Henry Kissinger. Reflections on the Character of Nations and the Course of History. Conclusion: World Order in Our Time. 1. The Evolution of International Order. 2. Where do we go from here? Conclusion: World Order in Our Time. In the decades following World War II, a sense of world community seemed on the verge of arising. The industrially advanced regions of the world were exhausted from war. The underdeveloped parts were beginning their process of decolonization and redefining their identities. All needed cooperation rather than confrontation. And the United States, preserved from the ravages of war, indeed, strengthened by the conflict in its economy and national confidence, launched itself on implementing ideals and practices it considered applicable to the entire world. When the United States began to take up the torch of international leadership, it added a new dimension to the quest for world order. A nation founded explicitly on an idea of free and representative governance, it identified its own rise with the spread of liberty and democracy and credited these forces with an ability to achieve the just and lasting peace that had thus far eluded the world. The traditional European approach to order had viewed peoples and states as inherently competitive. To constrain the effects of their clashing ambitions, it relied on a balance of power and a concert of enlightened statesmen. The prevalent American view considered people inherently reasonable and inclined toward peaceful compromise, common sense, and fair dealing. The spread of democracy was therefore the overarching goal for international order. Free markets would uplift individuals, enrich societies, and substitute economic interdependence for traditional international rivalries. In this view, the Cold War was caused by the aberrations of communism. Sooner or later, the Soviet Union would return to the community of nations. Then a new world order would encompass all regions of the globe. Shared values and goals would render conditions within states more humane and conflicts between states less likely. The multigenerational enterprise of world ordering has in many ways come to fruition. Its success finds expression in the plethora of independent sovereign states governing most of the world's territory. The spread of democracy and participatory governance has become a shared aspiration, if not a universal reality. Global communications and financial networks operate in real time, making possible a scale of human interactions beyond the imagination of previous generations. Common efforts on environmental problems, or at least an impetus to undertake them, exist, and an international scientific, medical, and philanthropic community focuses its attention on diseases and health scourges once assumed to be the intractable ravages of fate. The United States has made a significant contribution to this evolution. American military power provided a security shield for the rest of the world, whether its beneficiaries asked for it or not. Under the umbrella of an essentially unilateral American military guarantee, much of the developed world rallied into a system of alliances. The developing countries were protected against a threat they sometimes did not recognize, even less admit. A global economy developed to which America contributed financing, markets, and a profusion of innovations. From perhaps 1948 to the turn of the century marked a brief moment in human history, when one could speak of an incipient global world order composed of an amalgam of American idealism and traditional concepts of balance of power. Yet its very success made it inevitable that the entire enterprise would eventually be challenged, sometimes in the name of world order itself. The universal relevance of the Westphalian system derived from its procedural, that is, value-neutral, nature. Its rules were accessible to any country, non-interference in domestic affairs of other states, inviolability of borders, sovereignty of states, encouragements of international law. The weakness of the Westphalian system has been the reverse side of its strength. Designed as it was by states exhausted from their bloodletting, it did not supply a sense of direction. It dealt with methods of allocating and preserving power. It gave no answer to the problem of how to generate legitimacy. In building a world order, a key question inevitably concerns the substance of its unifying principles, in which resides a cardinal distinction between Western and non-Western approaches to order. Since the Renaissance, the West has been deeply committed to the notion that the real world is external to the observer, that knowledge consists of recording and classifying data, the more accurately the better, and that foreign policy success depends on assessing existing realities and trends. The Westphalian peace represented a judgment of reality, particularly realities of power and territory, as a temporal ordering concept over the demands of religion. In the other great contemporary civilizations, reality was conceived as internal to the observer, defined by psychological, philosophical, or religious convictions. Confucianism ordered the world into tributaries in a hierarchy defined by approximations of Chinese culture. Islam divided the world order into a world of peace, that of Islam, and a world of war, inhabited by unbelievers. Thus China felt no need to go abroad to discover a world it considered already ordered, or best ordered by the cultivation of morality internally, while Islam could achieve the theoretical fulfillment of world order only by conquest or global proselytization, for which the objective conditions did not exist. Hinduism, which perceived cycles of history and metaphysical reality transcending temporal experience, treated its world of faith as a complete system not open to new entrants by either conquest or conversion. That same distinction governed the attitude towards science and technology. The West, which saw fulfillment in mastering empirical reality, explored the far reaches of the world and fostered science and technology. The other traditional civilizations, each of which had considered itself the center of a world order in its own right, did not have the same impetus and fell behind technologically. That period has now ended. The rest of the world is pursuing science and technology and, because unencumbered by established patterns, with perhaps more energy and flexibility than the West, at least in countries like China and the Asian tigers. In the world of geopolitics, the order established and proclaimed as universal by the Western countries stands at a turning point. Its nostrums are understood globally, but there is no consensus about their application. Indeed, concepts such as democracy, human rights, and international law are given such divergent interpretations that warring parties regularly invoke them against each other as battle cries. The system's rules have been promulgated but have proven ineffective absent active enforcement. The pledge of partnership and community has in some regions been replaced, or at least accompanied, by a harder-edged testing of limits. A quarter-century of political and economic crises perceived as produced, or at least abetted, by Western admonitions and practices, along with imploding regional orders, sectarian bloodbaths, terrorism, and wars ended on terms short of victory, has thrown into question the optimistic assumptions of the immediate post-Cold War era, that the spread of democracy and free markets would automatically create a just, peaceful, and inclusive world. A countervailing impetus has arisen in several parts of the world to construct bulwarks against what are seen as the crisis-inducing policies of the developed West, including aspects of globalization. Security commitments that have stood as bedrock assumptions are being questioned, sometimes by the country whose defense they seek to foster. As the Western countries sharply reduce their nuclear arsenals or downgrade the role of nuclear weapons in their strategic doctrine, countries in the so-called developing world pursue them with great energy. Governments that once embraced, even while occasionally being perplexed by, the American commitment to its version of world order have begun to ask whether it leads to enterprises that the United States is in the end not sufficiently patient to see to their conclusion. In this view, acceptance of the Western rules of world order is laced with elements of unpredictable liability, an interpretation driving the conspicuous dissociation of some traditional allies from the United States. Indeed, in some quarters, the flouting of universal norms, such as human rights, due process, or equality for women, as distinctly North Atlantic preferences is treated as a positive virtue and the heart of alternative value systems. More elemental forms of identity are celebrated as the basis for exclusionary spheres of interest. The result is not simply a multipolarity of power but a world of increasingly contradictory realities. It must not be assumed that, left unattended, these trends will at some point reconcile automatically to a world of balance and cooperation, or even any order at all. The evolution of international order. Every international order must sooner or later face the impact of two tendencies challenging its cohesion, either a redefinition of legitimacy or a significant shift in the balance of power. The first tendency occurs when the values underlying international arrangements are fundamentally altered, abandoned by those charged with maintaining them or overturned by revolutionary imposition of an alternative concept of legitimacy. This was the impact of the ascendant West on many traditional orders in the non-Western world, of Islam in its initial wave of expansion in the 7th and 8th centuries, of the French Revolution on European diplomacy in the 18th century, of communist and fascist totalitarianism in the 20th, and of the Islamist assaults on the fragile state structure of the Middle East in our time. The essence of such upheavals is that while they are usually underpinned by force, their overriding thrust is psychological. Those under assault are challenged to defend not only their territory but the basic assumptions of their way of life, their moral right to exist and to act in a manner that, until the challenge, had been treated as beyond question. The natural inclination, particularly of leaders from pluralistic societies, is to engage with the representatives of the revolution, expecting that what they really want is to negotiate in good faith on the premises of the existing order, and arrive at a reasonable solution. The order is submerged not primarily from military defeat or an imbalance in resources, though this often follows, but from a failure to understand the nature and scope of the challenge arrayed against it. In this sense, the ultimate test of the Iranian nuclear negotiations is whether the Iranian professions of a willingness to resolve the issue through talks are a strategic shift or a tactical device, in pursuit of long-prevailing policy, and whether the West deals with the tactical as if it were a strategic change of direction. The second cause of an international orders crisis is when it proves unable to accommodate a major change in power relations. In some cases, the order collapses because one of its major components ceases to play its role or ceases to exist, as happened to the Communist International Order near the end of the 20th century when the Soviet Union dissolved. Or else a rising power may reject the role allotted to it by a system it did not design, and the established powers may prove unable to adapt the system's equilibrium to incorporate its rise. Germany's emergence posed such a challenge to the system in the 20th century in Europe, triggering two catastrophic wars from which Europe has never fully recovered. The emergence of China poses a comparable structural challenge in the 21st century. The presidents of the major 21st century competitors, the United States and China, have vowed to avoid repeating Europe's tragedy through a new type of great power relations. The concept awaits joint elaboration. It might have been put forward by either or both of these powers as a tactical maneuver. Nevertheless, it remains the only road to avoid a repetition of previous tragedies. To strike a balance between the two aspects of order, power and legitimacy, is the essence of statesmanship. Calculations of power without a moral dimension will turn every disagreement into a test of strength. Ambition will know no resting place. Countries will be propelled into unsustainable tours de force of elusive calculations regarding the shifting configuration of power. Moral proscriptions without concern for equilibrium, on the other hand, tend toward either crusades or an impotent policy tempting challenges, either extreme risks endangering the coherence of the international order itself. In our time, in part for the technological reasons discussed in Chapter 9, power is in unprecedented flux, while claims to legitimacy every decade multiply their scope in hitherto inconceivable ways. When weapons have become capable of obliterating civilization and the interactions between value systems are rendered instantaneous and unprecedentedly intrusive, the established calculations for maintaining the balance of power or a community of values may become obsolete. As these imbalances have grown, the structure of the 21st century world order has been revealed as lacking in four important dimensions. First, the nature of the state itself, the basic formal unit of international life, has been subjected to a multitude of pressures, attacked and dismantled by design, in some regions corroded from neglect, often submerged by the sheer rush of events. Europe has set out to transcend the state and to craft a foreign policy based principally on soft power and humanitarian values. But it is doubtful that claims to legitimacy separated from any concept of strategy can sustain a world order. And Europe has not yet given itself attributes of statehood, tempting a vacuum of authority internally and an imbalance of power along its borders. Parts of the Middle East have dissolved into sectarian and ethnic components in conflict with each other. Religious militias and the powers backing them violate borders and sovereignty at will. The challenge in Asia is the opposite of Europe's. Westphalian balance of power principles prevail unrelated to an agreed concept of legitimacy. And in several parts of the world we have witnessed, since the end of the Cold War, the phenomenon of failed states, of ungoverned spaces, or of states that hardly merit the term, having no monopoly on the use of force or effective central authority. If the major powers come to practice foreign policies of manipulating a multiplicity of sub-sovereign units observing ambiguous, and often violent rules of conduct, many based on extreme articulations of divergent cultural experiences, anarchy is certain. Second, the political and the economic organizations of the world are at variance with each other. The international economic system has become global, while the political structure of the world has remained based on the nation-state. The global economic impetus is on removing obstacles to the flow of goods and capital. The international political system is still largely based on contrasting ideas of world order and the reconciliation of concepts of national interest. Economic globalization, in its essence, ignores national frontiers. International policy emphasizes the importance of frontiers even as it seeks to reconcile conflicting national aims. This dynamic has produced decades of sustained economic growth punctuated by periodic financial crises, of seemingly escalating intensity, in Latin America in the 1980s, in Asia in 1997, in Russia in 1998, in the United States in 2001 and then again starting in 2007, in Europe after 2010. The winners, those who can weather the storm within a reasonable period and go forward, have few reservations about the system. But the losers, such as those stuck in structural misdesigns, as has been the case with the European Union's southern tier, seek their remedies by solutions that negate, or at least obstruct, the functioning of the global economic system. While each of those crises has had a different cause, their common feature has been profligate speculation and systemic underappreciation of risk. Financial instruments have been invented that obscure the nature of the relevant transactions. Lenders have found it difficult to estimate the extent of their commitments and borrowers, including major nations, to understand the implications of their indebtedness. The international order thus faces a paradox. its prosperity is dependent on the success of globalization. But the process produces a political reaction that often works counter to its aspirations. The economic managers of globalization have few occasions to engage with its political processes. The managers of the political processes have few incentives to risk their domestic support on anticipating economic or financial problems whose complexity eludes the understanding of all but experts. In these conditions, the challenge becomes governance itself. Governments are subjected to pressures seeking to tip the process of globalization in the direction of national advantage or mercantilism. In the West, the issues of globalization thus merge with the issues of the conduct of democratic foreign policy. Harmonizing political and economic international orders challenges vested views. The quest for world order because it requires an enlargement of the national framework, the disciplining of globalization because sustainable practices imply a modification of the conventional patterns. Third is the absence of an effective mechanism for the great powers to consult and possibly cooperate on the most consequential issues. This may seem an odd criticism in light of the plethora of multilateral forums that exist, more by far than at any other time in history. The UN Security Council, of compelling formal authority but deadlocked on the most important issues, is joined by regular summits for Atlantic leaders in NATO and the European Union, for Asia-Pacific leaders in APEC and the East Asia Summit, for developed countries in the G7 or G8, and for major economies in the G20. The United States is a key participant in all of these forums. Yet the nature and frequency of these meetings work against elaboration of long-range strategy. Discussions of schedules and negotiations over formal agendas arrogate the majority of preparation time. Some forums effectively co-orbit on the calendars of leaders because of the difficulty of gathering principles in any one place on a regular basis. Participant heads of state, by the nature of their positions, focus on the public impact of their actions at the meeting. They are tempted to emphasize the tactical implications or the public relations aspect. This process permits little beyond designing a formal communiqué, at best, a discussion of pending tactical issues, and, at worst, a new form of summitry as social media event. A contemporary structure of international rules and norms, if it is to prove relevant, cannot merely be affirmed by joint declarations, it must be fostered as a matter of common conviction. Throughout, American leadership has been indispensable, even when it has been exercised ambivalently. It has sought a balance between stability and advocacy of universal principles, not always reconcilable with principles of sovereign non-interference or other nations' historical experience. The quest for that balance, between the uniqueness of the American experience and the idealistic confidence in its universality, between the poles of overconfidence and introspection, is inherently unending. What it does not permit is withdrawal. Where do we go from here? A reconstruction of the international system is the ultimate challenge to statesmanship in our time. The penalty for failing will be not so much a major war between states, though in some regions this is not foreclosed, as an evolution into spheres of influence identified with particular domestic structures and forms of governance, for example, the Westphalian model as against the radical Islamist version. At its edges, each sphere would be tempted to test its strength against other entities of orders deemed illegitimate. They would be networked for instantaneous communication and impinging on one another constantly. In time, the tensions of this process would degenerate into maneuvers for status or advantage on a continental scale or even worldwide. A struggle between regions could be even more debilitating than the struggle between nations has been. The contemporary quest for world order will require a coherent strategy to establish a concept of order within the various regions, and to relate these regional orders to one another. These goals are not necessarily identical or self-reconciling. The triumph of a radical movement might bring order to one region while setting the stage for turmoil in and with all others. The domination of a region by one country militarily, even if it brings the appearance of order, could produce a crisis for the rest of the world. A reassessment of the concept of balance of power is in order. In theory, the balance of power should be quite calculable. In practice, it has proved extremely difficult to harmonize a country's calculations with those of other states, and achieve a common recognition of limits. The conjectural element of foreign policy, the need to gear actions to an assessment that cannot be proved when it is made, is never more true than in a period of upheaval. Then, the old order is in flux while the shape of the replacement is highly uncertain. Everything depends, therefore, on some conception of the future. But varying internal structures can produce different assessments of the significance of existing trends and, more important, clashing criteria for resolving these differences. This is the dilemma of our time. A world order of states affirming individual dignity and participatory governance, and cooperating internationally in accordance with agreed-upon rules, can be our hope and should be our inspiration. But progress toward it will need to be sustained through a series of intermediary stages. At any given interval, we will usually be better served, as Edmund Burke once wrote, to acquiesce in some qualified plan that does not come up to the full perfection of the abstract idea, than to push for the more perfect, and risk crisis or disillusionment by insisting on the ultimate immediately. The United States needs a strategy and diplomacy that allow for the complexity of the journey, the loftiness of the goal, as well as the inherent incompleteness of the human endeavors through which it will be approached. To play a responsible role in the evolution of a 21st-century world order, the United States must be prepared to answer a number of questions for itself. What do we seek to prevent, no matter how it happens, and if necessary alone? The answer defines the minimum condition of the survival of the society. What do we seek to achieve, even if not supported by any multilateral effort? These goals define the minimum objectives of the national strategy. What do we seek to achieve, or prevent, only if supported by an alliance? This defines the outer limits of the country's strategic aspirations as part of a global system. What should we not engage in, even if urged by a multilateral group or an alliance? This defines the limiting condition of the American participation in world order. Above all, what is the nature of the values that we seek to advance? What applications depend in part on circumstance? The same questions apply in principle to other societies. For the United States, the quest for world order functions on two levels. The celebration of universal principles needs to be paired with a recognition of the reality of other regions' histories and cultures. Even as the lessons of challenging decades are examined, the affirmation of America's exceptional nature must be sustained. History offers no respite to countries that set aside their commitments or sense of identity in favor of a seemingly less arduous course. America, as the modern world's decisive articulation of the human quest for freedom, and an indispensable geopolitical force for the vindication of humane values, must retain its sense of direction. A purposeful American role will be philosophically and geopolitically imperative for the challenges of our period. Yet world order cannot be achieved by any one country acting alone. To achieve a genuine world order, its components, while maintaining their own values, need to acquire a second culture that is global, structural, and juridical, a concept of order that transcends the perspective and ideals of any one region or nation. At this moment in history, this would be a modernization of the Westphalian system informed by contemporary realities. Is it possible to translate divergent cultures into a common system? The Westphalian system was drafted by some 200 delegates, none of whom has entered the annals of history as a major figure, who met in two provincial German towns 40 miles apart, a significant distance in the 17th century, in two separate groups. They overcame their obstacles because they shared the devastating experience of the 30 Years' War, and they were determined to prevent its recurrence. Our time, facing even graver prospects, needs to act on its necessities before it is engulfed by them. Cryptic fragments from remote antiquity reveal a view of the human condition as irremediably marked by change and strife. World order was fire-like, kindling in measure and going out in measure, with war the father and king of all, creating change in the world. But the unity of things lies beneath the surface. It depends upon a balanced reaction between opposites. The goal of our era must be to achieve that equilibrium while restraining the dogs of war. And we have to do so among the rushing stream of history. The well-known metaphor for this is in the fragment conveying that one cannot step twice in the same river. History may be thought of as a river, but its waters will be ever-changing. Long ago, in youth, I was brash enough to think myself able to pronounce on the meaning of history. I now know that history's meaning is a matter to be discovered, not declared. It is a question we must attempt to answer as best we can in recognition that it will remain open to debate, that each generation will be judged by whether the greatest, most consequential issues of the human condition have been faced, and that decisions to meet these challenges must be taken by statesmen before it is possible to know what the outcome may be.